Check.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, good morning. May I request everybody to take their seats, please? We will start the proceedings shortly as soon as everybody has made their way in. If there are anybody in the lobby outside of the room, may I ask the ushers to please go and nudge people to come in and take their seats. Thank you very much.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Encore un de les sauces. 1 2 2 1 2 2 1 2 ከራንድ ሁለት ሶስት ቺ
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the minister is arriving, so can we please appeal to everybody to just now have their seat and be in their seat, please? We're going to start very soon. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Bon, Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. En l'absence de Monsieur
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of Mr. Mohamed Diop, the outgoing chairperson, I am going to chair over the meetings of the Committee of Experts. I am the coordinator for the planning unit for the Ministry of Finance and Budget from Senegal. I would like to declare this session open. We have the honor to welcome you to the 41st meeting experts of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Before giving my opening remarks, on behalf of all the outgoing members of the Bureau, I would like to first of all thank the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for the very warm welcome and their hospitality that was accorded to us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the Secretary Editor, Mr. Antiopori of the ECA and the Secretariat of the ECA for the excellent organization of this conference. Your Excellency, Mr. Namora Deboyu, Minister of Planning Development of the Federal Government of Ethiopia, Mr. Antonio Pedro, the Acting Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission of Africa, distinguished delegates, distinguished experts, and distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure on behalf of the outgoing members of the Bureau, representative of the African nations, people in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and pass the torch to the following incoming Bureau. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 2022 was another particularly tough year for Africa, owing mostly to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and its disastrous repercussions, in addition to the raging war in the Ukraine and its effects on the cost of basic goods that have put many citizens of our continent in peril. All this adds to the calamities of climate change, which we continue to face across the continent. Consistent with the global trends, Africa's growth has slowed significantly over the past year to 36% from 4.6 in 2021 to 3.6% in 22, due to a slowdown in the global economy, elevated prices fueled by the Ukrainian conflict, climate change, and the worsening international economic and financial conditions. Of course, although Africa is expected to grow by 3.9% in 2023, this growth, however, will be facing headwinds, especially with an unfavorable external environment created by the envisaged recession in both the United States and the Eurozone, which are expected to weigh on commodity prices and demand for African exports. The tightening of monetary policy in developed economies has lowered global demand and increased borrowing costs, thereby reducing investment in the African countries. Simultaneously, as public debt continues to rise, reaching alarming levels in some nations, undermining, therefore, the attempts to improve debt sustainability and protect the poor. Therefore, And it's for this reason, therefore, the theme of this year's ministerial conference, namely fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities, cannot be more relevant. It enables us, as Africa, to evaluate and implement methods to alleviate the impact of overlapping and ongoing shocks in Africa, which has led to the emergence of a large number of newly poor and vulnerable people. We need, therefore, to ensure that we build a resilient Africa. Distinguished delegates and experts, in this context, I would like to briefly raise some of the activities that the ECA was able to conduct during the past year in dealing with some of these pertinent issues. As you're all aware, the 54th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, held in Dakar, adopted 10 resolutions tasked to ECA. I would like to highlight some of the key initiatives undertaken by ECA. With regard to financing the recovery of Africa and beyond, the high-level working group on the global financial architecture, which comprises African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the UN Economic Commission for Africa as its secretariat, the International Monetary Fund, and the key African stakeholders, have proposed a new work agenda for the IMF to better respond to the challenges that low and middle-income countries are facing in the current global financial architecture. The role of the working group has been to monitor and respond to the economic consequences for African countries of the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequently the economic consequences of the war in Ukraine, with attention to the policies of the core international financial institutions. With regard to the development of data and statistics, and these are actions undertaken by the ECA, the African Commission of Statistics from 24th to 26th or 22 held its decision-making for policy development with the theme modernizing the data ecosystem in Africa to support regional integration. The workshop reviewed current trends and discussed a new and innovative statistical solutions to boost African statistics systems. The participants reviewed the current trends and discussed the innovative statistical solutions to boost African statistics systems after the COVID-19 pandemic. On this occasion, the ECA representatives summarized the roadmap for transforming and modernizing official statistics in Africa. This road plan assesses the African statistical systems issue and potential to identify the transformation and modernization goals. It helps governments to create and implement national statistics policies and yearly work plans to optimize the transformation and modernization of the statistics. Africa is need to have up-to-date data to support its transformation programs. With regard to the support of the Commission for Africa for least developed countries in the context of the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries, I would like to remind you that the Doha Programme of Action for the Least Developed Countries, which covers the decade 22-31, was adopted on the 17th of March 22 to take the necessary decisions and at least to strengthen the resilience due to all these problems without leaving anybody behind. In 2021, the United Nations had labeled 46 countries holding around 14% of the world's population as least developed, of which 33 were African nations, and this represents 72% of the population in Africa. In the most least developed countries, they lack timely and reliable data to be able to track progress towards the goals and targets of the Doha Programme of Action and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why the previously discussed resolution is key for the development in Africa. In order to assist with the LDC transition, the Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit developed by the Economic Commission for Africa in 2017 will be an important mechanism for strengthening the capacity of least developed countries to design and implement robust development plans that effectively promote the achievement of the Doha Programme of Action and accelerate their graduation from the least developed country category. With regard to curbing illicit financial flows and the recovery of lost assets, the ECA, through analytical work, technical assistance, and advisory services, assisted African nations in bolstering their capacity to mobilize public resources and enhancing their economic governance architecture. The ECA worked with African countries throughout the year to combat against illicit financial flows, implement integrated national financing frameworks, and ensure greater transparency in public financial management, in addition to the regular publications and advocacy work. These are some of the successes of the past year, realized amidst the lasting consequences of COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukrainian war. However, much more needs to be done. It is for this reason the year ahead will be a continuation of this exceptional work, mentioned as well as other initiatives by the ECA in collaboration and support of its member states. Additionally, in the new emerging areas of work that will transpire from the discussions of this 55th session of the Conference of Ministers will take its place in the CA work program. And areas will strengthen Africa's resilience and boost its development. Distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting gives us an opportunity to develop new ideas and to generate genuine ideas and solutions for actualization on our continent. In conclusion, I would like to thank my fellow outgoing Bureau members for their excellent cooperation and their guidance. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank you most sincerely. Now, for the rest of the proceedings, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General ad interim, Mr. Antonio Pedro, so that he may also deliver his opening remarks. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Dr. Nemere Gebehu Mamu, State Minister for Planning and Development of the Government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, our esteemed host. Mr. Adama Sek, Acting Coordinator for Research and Planning, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Senegal, and outgoing Chair of the Bureau of the Committee of Experts. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Addis Ababa for the meeting of the Committee of Experts of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for their hospitality and generosity extended to all participants at this meeting. I'd also like to extend my profound appreciation to the Bureau of the 54th session, led by His Excellency Ambassador Lamini Thiao, who have shown great leadership in guiding the work of ECA up to this point. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, Fostering Recovery and Transformation in Africa to Reduce Inequalities and Vulnerabilities, reflects the persistent, compounding, and deepening multiple crises that Africa is facing, which are continuing to perpetuate and exacerbate levels of poverty and inequality that were already significant before these recent global shocks. Africa currently leads in global poverty. The continent is home to more than half of the world's poor, 58.8% in 2022 to be precise, overtaking South Asia, which has about 37.6%. In the wake of COVID-19 outbreak, 62 million people were pushed into poverty in just 1 year, with an additional 8 million estimated to have joined their ranks by the end of 2022. As many as 149 million non-poor, or about 10% of Africa's population, remain at high risk of falling into poverty. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, all in all, 695 million people in Africa are either poor or face the risk of falling into poverty. This represents 50% of the continent's population. Women and girls remain particularly vulnerable, and we are facing a potential reversal of the hard-won gains made on gender equity. Africa cannot just stay the course and hope that it gets better. It must lead the change. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the continent is uniquely placed to be at the center of all global transitions. Recent crises have underscored the need for systemic change. Policymakers and experts worldwide are recognizing the importance of building resilient and sustainable systems, shifting away from a primary focus on efficiency that has dominated past decades. In other words, we need to go beyond GDP metrics. This represents a paradigm shift of historic significance, and it is our generation's responsibility to ensure that Africa embraces this change and harness the continent's potential. We must ensure the necessary investments in sustainable building up of capital in critical areas, including human infrastructure and natural capital, to provide us with the needed environment to achieve the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We need to de-risk investments on the continent through advances in hard and soft infrastructure. To accelerate the implementation of these two critical agendas, governments must design strategies and planning frameworks that simultaneously integrate economic, social, and environmental objectives as part of the same continuum. I would like to use this opportunity to call for the establishment of a peer learning group on planning frameworks 2.0, building perhaps on EDEP's alumni capacity and other stakeholders. Core benefits must be amplified. Let me highlight a few of the opportunities before us. First, we need to finance our development. Getting the macroeconomic fundamentals right can unlock the potential of homegrown solutions and accelerate domestic resource mobilization. The right domestic policy actions can move us from less than 17% tax revenue to GDP ratios towards levels currently seen in Latin America and Caribbean countries at 21.9%. However, this should not stop our rallying call for a fair and more just global financial architecture that responds to the needs of the most vulnerable. Currently, many countries simply cannot access international financial markets because of rising interest rates, and existing debt relief mechanisms do not work well for us. To address this financing divide, the Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for the SDG stimulus of about $500 billion per year, focused on tackling the high cost of debt and rising risks of debt distress, scale up affordable long-term financing for development, and expand contingency finance to countries in need. Another opportunity is aggressive pursuit of sustainable industrialization and economic diversification to transform Africa's natural resources into tangible benefits for its people, the battery and electric value chain being a case in point. Put simply, our wealth in natural resources must work for the majority, not the few. To get to this point, we must be intentional in our approach and pay attention to detail. One thing must lead to another, and all dots must be connected. This is where the African Continental Free Trade Area can deliver on its promise and provide the economies of scale to invest in manufacturing, leading to increased intra-African trade. This will bring supply chains closer to home and inject a degree of self-sufficiency in essential products such as medicines, food, and fertilizers. It also provides us with a unique bargaining tool as we negotiate for fairness and equity in the utilization of natural resources for development. Finally, we must take center stage on climate action. While we cannot overlook the fact that we are disproportionately suffering on impact and financing alike, we have significant opportunities to rebalance the scales on climate finance. If we take advantage of our rainforests, for example, to develop our carbon markets, we could unleash an estimated $82 billion a year in value at $120 per ton of CO2 sequestrated and create 162 million additional jobs. This was the purpose of the Africa Business Forum, which we organized here on making carbon credits market for Africa on 28 February, just at the margins of the African Union Assembly. These resources could surpass the broken promises of $100 billion on climate adaptation and mitigation.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I just shared with you some of the opportunities that will enable us to change our course towards transformation. Allow me now to highlight some aspects of ECA's activities that are aimed at building this resilient and sustainable future for Africa. We have been closely working with countries on the development of national implementation strategies of CFTA in collaboration with the African Union Commission, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and sister UN agencies and other key stakeholders. Now, 28 countries have national strategies. The focus must now shift to implementation. The recent Niamey Declaration on Industrialization and Economic Diversification and the establishment of AFCFTA Adjustment Fund should further accelerate progress achieved so far. Together with the DRC government and the government of Zambia, we are supporting the Batteries and Electric Vehicles initiative that would allow the continent to tap into a global market, which is expected to be worth $8.8 trillion during the next 3 years and $46 trillion by 2050. Regarding climate action, the ECA Common and Harmonized Protocol for the Congo Basin countries allows for the development of capacity to issue credits aligned to a common standard and to develop high-impact projects in communities. I had the opportunity to talk with the Minister of State of Ethiopia in our offices on the opportunities that the carbon market provides to our countries. Finally, our work in the areas of public debt management, treasury management, tax assessment, and the digitization of tax administration has never been more important. Previously, the outgoing chair talked about this matter. ECA's work in collaboration with its partners on strengthening the institutional architecture to combat illicit financial flow in 11 pilot countries has led to preliminary statistical estimates of these illicit flows. We also continue to lead a discourse in this continent through the high-level African Working Group on the global financial architecture, on the need for a fair global economic order. We would organize a small working breakfast in this regard. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the challenges facing the continent are vast and cross-border, but they are not unsurmountable. Our poverty and vulnerability figures require accelerated actions for an inclusive recovery. Innovation and forecasting will need to underpin our work. We will need more growth studies, business decisions, support modeling, GIS-based household analysis of economic opportunities, and skills gap assessment to deepen our understanding of the levels of transformation. We cannot do this without your leadership, and we are very much ready to work with you. We need to continue in this momentum and work more on a larger scale and faster. Before I conclude, I would like to invite you to explore and celebrate the work and accomplishments of the ECA by visiting the ECA Expo located at the Saloon between the liberation sessions. This is a platform we have introduced to showcase the work of the ECA, celebrate our individual and collective accomplishments, engage with our internal and external stakeholders, and provide another innovative avenue to evaluate the work we do. I hope that you'll find some time during these next 5 days to take a look at it. Finally, the ECA will be collecting feedback from participants on the sessions to help us assess whether the objectives were met and to draw lessons as well that will help us improve the effectiveness of our future sessions. I look forward to your comments. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Antonio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio. You just highlighted the situation that we are living in Africa, the actions that you are carrying out, and those you are inviting countries to work with you so that these situations change. The experts present here have taken good note of that, and the actions should be carried out accordingly. Now, I will give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Namera Gabeyo Mammo, State Minister for Planning and Development of the Government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to make his statement. State Minister, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Antonio Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission of Africa, Mr. Adama Seck, Acting Coordinator for Research and Planning, Ministry of Finance, Senegal, and the Chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Distinguished delegate and experts, ladies and gentlemen, Nkwan wada Ethiopia, Basalam Matachu. Welcome to the beautiful country, Ethiopia. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to Ethiopia on behalf of the Ethiopian people and the government of Ethiopia to this 55th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the timely agenda of fostering recovery and transformation in Africa to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. In 2023, the incoming Bureau will have a massive task to support member states and the ECA to advocate for key changes that are required for Africa to recover better from recent shocks and transform from this specially testing time in history that the continent and the world has found themselves in. Excellencies, 2022 was a particularly difficult year, and mostly due to multiple and overlapping shocks and risks. As a result, an array of development challenges has arisen across the continent, among others, the inflation and the rising cost of living, household poverty, food insecurity, energy insecurity, and social instability. The growing poverty and inequality are Africa's most pressing challenges. In 2022, Africa had more than half of the world's poor, which is more than 50% of the total population. Alarmingly, more than half of Africa's population, 546 million people, were living in poverty last year alone. This is a 75% increase since 1990. Moreover, about 150 million Africans previously non-poor were at risk of falling in poverty just last year due to the impact of various compounded shocks, mainly climate change-induced shocks, COVID pandemic, and the worsening global economic situations due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. Worryingly, inequalities remains pervasive across all African sub-regions. With Agenda 2030 less than 8 years away, the majority of African economies struggle to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and targets. A few weeks ago, the United Nations Secretary General has highlighted the UN's priorities for 2023, where he stated, "We have started 2023 staring down the barrel of a confluence of challenges unlike any other in our lifetimes." He also emphasized 2023 as a year of reckoning. On this note, fostering recovery and transformation in Africa would absolutely require reforming the current global financial architecture in order to ensure its drastic transition towards a global financial system that places the needs of developing countries at the center of all decisions and mechanisms. Advocating for the reform of the global debt architecture and the rechanneling of IMF SCDR are crucial in this regard. The ECA has led the advocacy in the arena of the reform of the global financial architecture and thus has to continue its work and amplify this endeavor in 2023. Also of importance is the need to mobilize domestic and external resources immediately in order to finance investments in basic infrastructure and services, job creations, and social protections. Failing to address these issues would likely to hamper poverty reduction, recovery from recent shocks, and building resilience for the achievement of both Agenda 2030 and 2063. On another aspect, climate change has tremendous financial repercussions in Africa and have also impacted food security on the continent. Climate resilient actions and systems are critical for long-term development by ensuring growth and resilience. However, climate action is impossible without adequate finance, and ECA has been at the forefront advocating for climate financing, and the advocacy should be strengthened in 2023 and beyond. Leveraging climate finance can help tackle poverty and inequality across the continent. These issues are crucial for fostering recovery and transformation in Africa, and they are all directly related to the subject of COM 2023 and the work by ECA in prior years, as well as for 2023. This year must serve as a turning point for Africa. In the absence of this, Africa may be left behind, and it may take long years to get back on the track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and targets. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the ECA for such arrangement to host or convene the conference, which I'm confident that it will be a success. And I wish all the participants a successful deliberations, and you will have a beautiful time in Addis Ababa. Thank you very much.
Merci, Son Excellence. Merci quand même pour la portée de votre discours.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you once again for your hospitality and for the organization of this meeting. We will go to the next item of the agenda now. We would go to the election of the Bureau and the adoption of the agenda and the program of work. I invite the Committee of Experts to review the agenda. As outgoing chair, we had a consultation in Addis Ababa between outgoing Bureau members, and each region organized consultations according to their sub-regions. The outgoing Bureau, as it is the tradition, wanted to ensure equal representation of all sub-regional groups within the Bureau. For your information, the composition of the Bureau during the last 20 sessions, your folders, the support of East Africa to be the chair of the 55th session of COM. Can I consider that we can elect Uganda as the chair of our session? I can consider that Uganda is elected. Thank you very much. There was no objection. It is now decided that Uganda would be now the chair of the Committee of Experts. By way of conclusion, I would like to use this opportunity to express our gratitude to all those participated for the success of during our mandate. I would also like to thank members of the outgoing Bureau. I would like now to invite Mr. Wame to take the chairmanship. Kindly join us to the podium.
Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to be chairing the remainder of this meeting. I now invite the committee to continue with item 2. The election of the Bureau members will be conducted at a later stage. Program of work have been drawn up by the Executive Secretary in consultation with the outgoing chair and communicated to all the member states well in advance. The latest provisional agenda is contained in document E/ECA/COE/41/1 and the draft program of work in document E/ECA/COE/41/3. Are there any comments on the provisional agenda and the draft program of work? I see none. May I take it that the committee wishes to adopt the agenda and the program of work as proposed? I hear no objection. It is so decided. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I'd like to address some organizational matters. First, I'd like to propose that for the purpose of enhancing the efficiency of our work, an ad hoc drafting committee be established for this session, similar to the one of last year. The ad hoc drafting committee will review and clear the draft report of the committee of experts in advance of its consideration for adoption by the committee of experts in plenary on Friday. The ad hoc drafting committee would also review the draft ministerial statement and draft resolutions to be adopted by the Conference of Ministers in plenary meeting next Tuesday. The Secretariat drafting team will work with the ad hoc drafting committee and would submit the drafts they have prepared to the ad hoc drafting committee. The ad hoc drafting committee would have a membership of 10 representatives made up of 2 members from each of the 5 sub-regional groups. Normally, members of the outgoing and incoming bureau, unless a sub-regional group decides to nominate other members. The Bureau of the 55th session of the conference has had a series of consultations in Addis Ababa on the membership of the ad hoc drafting committee. I would like to invite the chair, the former chair of the Bureau, Mr. Mohamed Lamine Thiaw, Ambassador of the Republic of Senegal to Ethiopia and permanent representative of Senegal to the AU and ECA, to present us the outcome of the consultations on the composition of the ad hoc drafting committee. Ambassador of Senegal, you have the floor. Mr. Sek, or I'm advised it's Mr. Sek who will take the floor. Pardon.
Vous me disiez. OK, bonjour. Par rapport à.
Good morning. Regarding what the chair just said regarding Senegal,
donc, le comité de rédaction sera constitué du
the drafting committee would be composed of outgoing and incoming chairs coming from Madagascar, Zimbabwe. This is the composition of the drafting committee. Thank you.
OK, en Guinée équatoriale.
We also have Equatorial Guinea.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Thank you. May I now propose that we return to this matter later? My colleagues from the Secretariat have to consult with Senegal. So moving to other organizational matters, I'd like to draw the attention of the representatives that are participating online and who wish their statements are summarized or reflected in the report, send their statements through their embassies to the Secretariat at the following email: eca-soc@un.org. The general public can observe the session via webcast. Finally, before we listen to the presentations from the Secretariat, I'd like us to observe some housekeeping rules to ensure our business runs smoothly and on time. The time allotted in item 3 and 4 is 1 hour and 15 minutes. The presentations for 3 and 4 will be for a maximum of 10 minutes, with the rest of the time devoted to general discussions. I propose that delegations limit their interventions to 3 minutes. I trust that I can count on your cooperation and support as we fulfill the important mandate of the committee. Distinguished delegates, with that out of the way, I now invite the committee to turn to the next item on the agenda, entitled Overview of Recent Economic and Social Developments in Africa.
Pause for a few minutes for statements. Thank you.
Shall we pause for just 1 minute to allow the Honorable Minister to take leave, and then we'll resume. I thank you. And social development in Africa. Mr. El Hiraika, you have the floor.
and in very sufficient. This makes this high fiscal deficit makes it hard for most countries to invest in measures to ensure resilience from so remains means of tax collection. Executive Secretary highlighted the fact that our tax revenue remains very low and that we can increase.
A very good presentation. May I now propose that we adjourn for a coffee break for 15 minutes and resume in this room on time. The meeting is adjourned.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to resume the session, so I'd like you to take your seats. Thank you.
May I call this meeting to order? May I now invite the committee to return to the election of the Bureau. I'm informed that consultations in the Northern Africa sub-region are still continuing. We shall return to this matter once they are concluded. I am informed that the following nominations have been received to date. First Vice Chair, South Africa. Third Vice Chair, Equatorial Guinea. Rapporteur, Senegal. May I take it that the committee wishes to elect the aforementioned list? Thank you. I also wish to invite the committee to return to the election of the ad hoc drafting committee. I have been informed that the following shall be the composition of the ad hoc drafting committee. Madagascar and Uganda from Eastern Africa sub-region, Zimbabwe and South Africa from Southern Africa sub-region, Senegal and Togo from Western Africa sub-region, Equatorial Guinea from Central Africa sub-region. I have been informed that consultations for the Northern Africa sub-region are still continuing. May I take it that the committee wishes to establish the ad hoc drafting committee as outlined above? I hear no objection. It is so decided. Thank you. I have been advised to invite the committee to reflect on this, on the item that we discussed shortly before we broke for break. The sense is that perhaps colleagues were still consulting or reflecting further. It was understood that many of the items raised by Dr. Eli Haika are those that have been engaged with on the state of the economy in terms of the effects of COVID-19, the Russia-Ukraine situation, and other challenges that we have undergone, which have had a negative effect on our economic growth and development in terms of the state of employment, in terms of inflation, the fiscal and monetary policy, and many other challenges that we have had. So perhaps this is an opportunity for you to ask any questions, to seek clarifications, to make observations that you may wish to. Do not limit yourself. You may also wish to make comments on the report of the Executive Secretary, including the statement of the Honorable Minister. So this is an opportunity for you, before we go to the next agenda item, for you to make comments. The floor is open. Does any delegation wish to take the floor? Egypt, you have the floor.
Chair, just to clarify, we're talking about the last agenda item. Yeah, okay. Well, first, for starters, Chair, we would like to congratulate you, since this is the first time we take the floor, to congratulate you and Uganda for the presidency of our session. When it comes to our discussions on agenda item 3, we do have a few comments that we would like to present accordingly. we do find that some of the recommendations that have been presented, particularly when it comes to national financial markets and developing them for resilience, we see that this requires infrastructure that is still not currently available to the continent. And thus, we think that in the recommendations on this regard, we will need to have a way forward on how can we have the infrastructure needed to develop these national financial markets. When it comes to when it comes to the global financial architecture and the work on debt and how to deal with facilitate borrowing for the continent. Again, we see that there is a lot taking place in this regard, and we highly appreciate the work that the ECA is doing on this matter. And we would like to point out that in our session this year, we will be having discussions on the Sustainable Debt Coalition. And we think that this can feed into the report on the way forward. How can we deal with this matter? When it comes to the overall picture, we do believe that there's a need to have, again, yet more implementable steps that can be done. We understand that the report gives a large overview on the matter, how to deal with the current situation, economic and social. But at the same time, we believe that this needs to be put into more implementable projects. Like, okay, so we understand the problems, we see the guidelines of how to deal with them, but what exactly can be done within the coming year? That's a question that we need to ask ourselves, and we think that the ECA is capable of providing us with valuable interventions on this matter. These are our comments for that last item. We have plenty more for the coming items, but once again, thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? Rwanda, please.
Thank you, Chair. They talked about the need to mobilize resources internally, but I wanted to add that we also get support from the development partners. I wanted to say that we need to orient the support we get from the development partners to the national priorities, because we are the ones who knows where the needs for our people are. So thank you.
Thank you. I can't see your flag.
Somalia.
Somalia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Somali delegation, given this is the first time we're taking the floor, allow us to congratulate you, Brother Michael, and the people of Uganda for taking chairmanship of the 55th session of the ECA. I'm just thinking out loud here, a very quick question. A lot of Dr. Adams' report was centered around the AFCFTA and its implementation. Given the AU is a separate sisterly organization, is there any sort of framework of collaboration between the ECA and AU on sort of implementation of the AA or the acceleration, given that it's also the theme of the year for the African Union? Thank you. I submit.
Thank you. Does any Tanzania, please?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to take this opportunity to commend you, Chairperson, and the Economic Commission for Africa for convening this important meeting. It is indeed an honor to be seated in this house discussing matter of interest in your continent. On the same note, Chairperson, I wish to express my appreciation to you for the manner that you are steering this meeting. Chairperson, Tanzania would like to add your voice on the report regarding the overview of recent and social development in Africa. First and foremost, Chairperson, Tanzania commend ECA for preparing this formative report, which took on board a number of persistent challenges in the region, including COVID-19 and the Ukraine-Russia crisis, and they recommend a possible solution to be taken by member states. In this regard, we once again commend the ECA and will welcome the recommendation in the report. All the recommendations we found that to be generally acceptable. But we have some few additions regarding the ECA in collaboration with REX and the key partner. We recommend, among others, maybe to improve the recommendation to urge the member state to expedite the finalization of the outstanding issues to make full operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think the presenter has mentioned the issue of FCFTA, but I found that we need to take all of us on board so that Chairperson, this will boost intertrade and investment among the member states, which will help to easily rebound from the multiple economic shock. Chairperson, also, we recommend that we need to provide and expand our technical assistance program to member states in digitalization the economy. Chairperson, we believe that the digitalization of the economy will help to streamline the cross-border trade procedure, ease business and investment procedure, facilitate e-commerce and e-payments, which in the long run will curb illicit financial flow, then improve domestic resource mobilization. Chairperson, our last comment is maybe to urge the development financial institution and the G20, maybe this will be a bit difficult to consider debt cancellation rather than debt suspension to African countries, as the debt suspension initiative may not help our economy build back better, since it will just shift the burden to the later years where other debt will also be maturing. Chairperson wish to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. La Côte d'Ivoire, s'il vous plaît.
Alors, je voudrais également remercier Monsieur le
Allow me to
Président
equally thank the chair and congratulate him for his election at the helm of this bureau. I'd also like to commend the bureau for the formidable achievements carried out. I concur with the recommendations and observations that have just been made, but I would also like to express myself on 2 points. The first on poverty. The presenter showed that the number of poor people in Eastern and Western Africa are the highest. The same applies for people who have moved into poverty, but I'm looking for it in the report and I couldn't find this. Shouldn't we take into account the size of the population of those two regions? Shouldn't we express this in terms of percentage rather than in terms of figures? If in West Africa, the population is greater, it is only normal that the number of poor people in West Africa be as high as it is. So I hope that this information will be reflected in the report so we have a better understanding and appreciate these figures better. My second comment pertains to the macroeconomic situation. My country, Côte d'Ivoire, is among the countries that have faced a number of challenges. COVID-19 has triggered a recession across the world, and in 2020, Côte d'Ivoire had a 2% growth rate. That means the economy is quite resilient. In 2021, we had a growth rate of about 5.4%, and in 2022, the growth rate stood at 6.8%. Those are the highest growth. This is part of the highest growth rates across the world, but this is not reflected in the report. I was saying this to one of our colleagues from ECA. I was saying that these exceptional results must be reflected in the report. Another point, it is true that COVID-19, along with the Ukrainian war, has created a number of vulnerability and exacerbated poverty, as the report states, but there have been some resilience measures adopted by states. I think these are some aspects that we must take into account, seeing what each state has undertaken in order to reduce the country's vulnerability. I know that in Côte d'Ivoire, there have been a number of measures adopted. We could highlight the good experiences of some countries, and that could be shared in order for other countries to emulate this, especially when it comes to how to manage both crises, that is the COVID-19 crisis and the Ukrainian war that triggered inflation and exacerbated vulnerability. So these are the two comments that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. I thank you all for taking the floor, for the delegations that have taken the floor. May I now invite the Executive Secretary to make some comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So before I invite my colleague Adam to respond to some specific questions, let me first thank all the honorable delegates for your comments. On the issue raised by Egypt on what can be done now or in the coming year, I fully agree with this comment that we need to identify those sets of priority actions that could be the focus of our work immediately. And in a couple of our presentations today, we already indicated there are things happening on the continent already on which we can build our path towards recovery and sustained development. For example, we have those 28 or so national AFCFTA strategies. Those need to be domesticated further at the national level. My colleague Stephen Karingi is going to make a presentation, of course, on the regional integration, and they will touch this. But just to share with you a couple of things, some of the countries that have tried to trade within the CFTA regimes were faced with some obstacles because of that level of domestication of the instruments that facilitate trade within the CFTA regime were not deep enough. From customs offices not being aware of which products in particular can be traded without any tariffs and all those. So there are aspects of harmonization of national legal and regulatory frameworks with overall legal and regulatory framework that informs this CFTA. At our own level, this is the United Nations. We are talking with UN counter teams to make sure that the national CFTA strategies are incorporated in the work program of the UN counter teams, because implementation of those strategies will require investments on many fronts, including, for example, addressing the problematic of the lack of alignment between the supply of our education systems and the needs of our market and our society in general. And this may require a review in some cases of our curricula, and this is a work that UNESCO's and UNICEF's of this world can work collaboratively with our member states. So there are many of these other individual actions that we need to be doing consistently for us to move from the formulation of vision strategies to its implementation. And part of the effort moving forward is indeed to identify what are those steps. That's why in my statement, I made reference to the need for us to go from one step to another, one thing to another, and what it takes for us to connect all of those dots. Yes, on Rwanda, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, the importance of us aligning all sorts of assistance, including coming from outside, with national priorities. I mean, all of the conversation on aid effectiveness, I think, is indeed underpinned by that particular principle. I think more of that, the United Nations, as you know, through our the integrated national financial frameworks, we're trying to ensure that development assistance in general is in support of the priorities of our member states. So another important tool that we ECA are deploying at the county level is integrated reporting tool, integrated planning and reporting tool, which enables countries to align their own national plans with Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Now, after Doha, we also committed to making sure that the same tool can enable our member states to align their plans with the Doha Plan of Action. And so with all of those instruments, you will therefore be able now to engage with the development community in general on the basis of those instruments to align all of their support accordingly. That is key. The call for this planning frameworks 2.0 is also a little bit of that. How can we bring a conversation on beyond GDP to planning frameworks by making sure that our work on environment, social governance, and so on is also part of the package. Collaboration with the African continent, with the African Union. This is a point raised by Somalia. Indeed, we have a couple of frameworks that inform our collaboration with the African Union. For example, immediately after the AU Extraordinary Summit on the Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Diversification, which was held in Niamey, the African Union Commission led a consultation to try and identify stakeholders that would support the implementation of the action plan. ECA is amongst the institutions that will be supporting the implementation of that action plan that emerged out of the summit. Beyond that, we have other areas of collaboration. Memorandum of understanding, for example, between our regional integration division and our African Trade Policy Center with the AFCFTA Secretariat to providing support and strengthening the Africa's agency. Again, this is our position, is that the responsibility to promote change on the continent rests with the African Union and its organs, and we, United Nations, and all of our development partners are providing support to it. But the leadership and it comes from the African Union Commission. So we have all of those platforms. The Secretary General of the United Nations met with the chairperson on the 1st of December to discuss areas of collaboration. This includes a development cooperation framework, which identifies those areas of support. So we have that, and we will intensify that division of that collaboration in support of African institutions in line with the conversations that we've been having with the African Union. So let me perhaps stop here and with your permission, Chair, invite my colleague Adam to address other issues. And Côte d'Ivoire, yes, I mean, using percentage instead of absolute numbers, I mean, perhaps would capture the magnitude of poverty better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank honorable delegates for their comments and questions. Excellent questions. Let me start with Egypt. This is a summary and an overview And we have a number of other presentations that will follow and elaborate on some of the issues we discussed here. But this important question about financial market and infrastructure for international financial market within the continent. Actually, over a number of years, we have raised this question. African countries being small, in general, small countries, we need to expand markets beyond national borders and to have regional capital markets that can mobilize more resources for use within the regions and beyond. This requires infrastructure, as you mentioned. But to start with, we need to reform our financial market regulations so that we allow banks, as we have seen in West Africa, for example, to operate cross borders. We have a number of banks in West Africa that operate cross borders. And we have regional banks like Afri-Exim Bank and others that can expand beyond. And we have in Southern Africa, Southern African Development Bank. These banks should be allowed to operate all over the continent. And also we should build infrastructure that will allow more banks and stock markets to emerge and operate regionally. On the question of reform of global financial architecture, also more discussions will come. This is very critical. ECA is supporting the high-level working group on reform of global financial architecture. Because currently, because of the quota system in international financial institutions, Africa's voice is very limited. And we have to do our best with partners and also with G20 on how to give Africa more voice in the global financial architecture. We are calling on, for example, reallocation of SDRs to African countries so that they can get more access to funding, to international finance at lower cost. A lot of the exposure we have seen in African countries today is due to private loans that are very costly. And because the African countries go to private markets, because the market for concessional lending is very limited for them. And unless the global financial institutions are reformed so that they provide better access to African countries at lower cost, we will continue to have issues with debt as and when global crises happen. Finally, on the question of having more implementable projects or ideas for African countries, of course, the answer is not easy. It's a difficult one. And of course, the required actions always depend on member states themselves, but we can support. Very recently, ECA implemented a number of projects to support countries enhance tax collection and revenue generation. And maybe those of you with the Ministry of Finance of Egypt, where we have taken a number of countries on a study tour because Egypt did a good job in terms of increasing tax revenue recently. Also Morocco. So we have taken experts from Sudan and officials from Sudan, from Libya, from Mauritania, through our office in North Africa to learn from these experiences. We also organized a study tour for a number of countries, including Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan, South Sudan, and others to Kenya. Kenya is also doing better than other countries in terms of revenue, tax revenue generation and collection. So these peer learning experiences are very important because we can learn more from countries that are similar to us, not within the continent. And we will continue to provide these opportunities for African countries to learn from each other in various areas, including, of course, digitization. Sorry, I don't want to actually talk about all the comments and questions. The acting executive secretary has responded to some of them. On priorities, Rwanda's question on making use of external financial support to implement our priorities because we know our priorities better. That is very true. Very true. And I think one of the basic priorities is really to use external support to build capacity to mobilize domestic resources so that eventually we become more independent as far as domestic resource mobilization is concerned. Again, on the issue of digitization, I cannot agree more. And on the issue of trade, implementation of continental free trade area, also I cannot agree more. Like the acting executive secretary said, we will have a full presentation on this. And I think this question will be responded to by my colleague, Stephen Karinge. On the issue of poverty, unfortunately, we just used absolute numbers. But the absolute numbers are really very huge. We said in paragraph 35 on page 14 that at the sub-regional level, East and West Africa had the highest number of people living in poverty. It is very alarming. 224 million people in West Africa are living below the poverty line, and 177 million people in East Africa are, sorry, the opposite, 224 million people in East Africa and 177 million people in West Africa are living below the poverty line. These are very huge numbers. These two sub-regions account for 73% of the poor in Africa. Southern Africa had the lowest number of people living in poverty, 16 million. And North Africa, 17 million. So these are very meaningful, but still I think we will add the percentage because of course East Africa and West Africa have higher populations compared, for example, to North Africa. Finally, yes, we have a number of countries that are really, I always say this, African averages hide a lot of information, but because of the space given to us, we did not highlight the countries that are doing very well, like Cote d'Ivoire in terms of growth, and also the countries that are not doing well in terms of growth. Some countries have contractions actually that we did not reflect. But we have some other reports like economic report on Africa. We have more space and we provide more country-specific information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Executive Secretary and Dr. Adam for those comments. And thanks to all the colleagues for the comments and questions that you made. May I now invite the committee to turn to the next item on the agenda, entitled Assessment of Progress on Regional Integration in Africa. I call on Mr. Stephen Karingi, Director of the Regional Integration and Trade Division, to present the overview of regional integration in Africa. Mr. Karingi, you have the floor.
Okay, Excellencies, yes, colleagues, good afternoon. So my name is Stephen Karingi, as you have heard. I'm here to present on behalf of the Secretariat The document that you have received, and the number is given there. I would really like to encourage you to use that QR code to access the document, because 10 minutes are not enough for me to be able to take you in details to what we would want to bring to your attention. So I'll start with the key messages that you find in the report. I think the past session that was looking at the broader macro did indicate what happened to the African economies and also globally because of the COVID-19 and the Ukraine crisis, and the shock that all this gave to the African countries. I think maybe the point I may want to add here that we have not talked in details even in the subsequent conversation is the fact that most of these negative implications were also occasioned by what was happening to the supply shocks. Now, those supply shocks, beyond being global, they also had a regional dimension, and that's why regional integration becomes so critical, because regional integration is supposed to create to help us create resilience, so that you have supply shocks. At least you have an internal market that can actually work. The second point is that, as you will see in the report, the pillar for regional integration in our development remains key to the transformation of the continent, and we believe it will do this because having fragmentation of our economies, lacking sufficient connectivity, lacking market integration, we are not able to move towards where we want to be towards the African economic community. So the report does again reinforce the message that regional integration is key to the transformation of the continent or our economy. Now, the second main thing is to say commendable progress has been made in advancing integration. Obviously, there are different dimensions in the regional integration, as you will see in the report, and probably I highlight some of the points. We have the market integration or the trade integration. We have the infrastructure. We have the social dimension. We have issues to do the nexus between peace, security, and integration, the movement of persons. And so in some of the pillars, we have made progress. And I think we have talked a lot about the AFCFTA. We've also made some progress in the pillar of the movement of persons, some elements, but a lot still remains to be done. So we still have a lot of challenges despite the progress that we have made. Now, the other key message is that the beginning of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area is one of those key achievements that as a continent we are celebrating because we have made progress. We have made tangible progress towards the realization of market integration. And some of you member states who have been participating under the Guided Trade Initiative, you are aware that there are actually some specific shipments of goods that have actually been able to move from one African market to another African market, from one African country to another African country, because of the AFCFTA operationalization. And lastly, the key message is that we need to harness the opportunities that regional integration initiatives offer if we want to fully recover from the AFCFTA. I hope I'll be able to provide some examples on some of these points. Okay, so in the report that you have, we have a lot of details on what has been happening on the trade integration pillar. I think what we want to highlight here is the progress that has been made on the AFCFTA. When we wrote this report, the heads of state had not yet endorsed the phase 2 protocols. That now is done. So this is another win that is necessary for the fast tracking of the gains from the AFCFTA. I've mentioned that at least 96 products have been traded across different markets within the country because the countries that are participating under the Guided Trade Initiative were able to domesticate the AFCFTA, especially the tariff book and the rules of origin. And so customs officials were able to determine that that trade was actually taking place under the AFCFTA rules. Progress has been made on this question of the Pan-African payment settlement system. I think this links to the question that was asked about the issue of digitalization. You cannot have a working payment system unless you have the relevant infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, to be able to do this. And I think I'm going to link this issue of the Pan-African payment and settlement system to the issue of macroeconomic convergence, because of course we are talking to the ministers of finance and economic planning, because the whole reason of having PAPs is so that our countries can be able to conduct trade using their own currencies. And then, of course, if you have a lot of volatility on these currencies, it becomes very difficult to effect the PAPs payment system. And that volatility can, of course, only be dealt with if there is really progress that is made on the macroeconomic convergence. The second point under the trade integration is that during the COVID period, Africa's trade with the rest of the world suffered. The intra-African trade also suffered, but they did not suffer as much as Africa's trade with the rest of the world. But having said that, if you look at the actual numbers, Africa continues to trade less with itself than it trades with the rest of the world. Now, we have told you this again and again, that the quality of the trade that takes place between African countries is of higher quality, and it is in sectors which have less vulnerable jobs. So I think we need to work more on that. In the report, you'll see some examples of how some of the regional economic communities really traded more with, exported a lot with the rest of the world, and their intra-reg trade suffered. Globally, Asia continues to be a major trading partner for some of the regional economic communities. And within that, China in particular, the same way, some of the regional economic communities, as you'll see in the report, such as EAC and IGAD, they import a lot from China. So there's very little intermediate inputs trade that is taking place within the continent. Now, coming back to the issue of the macroeconomic integration pillar, I would want to say that the regional economic communities, almost all of them, have macroeconomic convergence as one of the priorities of deepening their own integration. So you have 5 regional economic communities that actually have these convergence criteria. Now, the point is, unless we make compliance to this convergence criteria as an objective that we want to achieve, then the point of us being able to address the volatility that I mentioned on our currencies that would allow us to trade with our own currencies becomes very difficult. So I think I wanted to make that linkage that during the COVID shock and this geopolitical crisis, there was divergence away from the macroeconomic convergence criteria under the regional economic communities. And I think this is an issue that we need to pay particular attention to. The report also gives you a lot of information under the infrastructure, where we talk about the roads, we talk about the progress that was made on the rails, we talk about the progress that was made on ICT, and we also talk about the social integration. At this point, I would want to highlight, I would like to suggest you focus your attention at least on the issue of digital. In the report, we indicate that the Secretariat has actually been working on understanding First of all, the level of the infrastructure that exists to support digital trade and digital integration. In addition to that, the Secretariat has also been looking at the regulatory frameworks that would support digital integration. Why is this important? This is important because the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade is currently under negotiations. And just to respond to the question that was asked by the distinguished delegate from Somalia, yes, the AFCFTA Secretariat has actually requested the ECA to come up with a paper by the 27th of April on the state of play on digital infrastructure, so that when the negotiators are negotiating the digital trade protocol, they have sufficient information. So we have done a survey in 28 countries. We are hoping to do another, we are just in the process of completing another 13 countries. And by the end of this year, we hope to cover all the African countries and have a good appreciation of their state of readiness to optimize on digital trade. On the health integration, on the social integration, of course, health is taken as a social issue. But I think during the COVID, the Secretariat has been running what we call the AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative. And what we have done here is to demonstrate that it is possible for Africa to become secure in the context of scaled up local pharmaceutical manufacturing, taking advantage of what the AFCFTA offers. And so we give you example of that within the report. The report also give you what has been happening under the governance, peace, and security. I think what I would want just to highlight here is that the nexus between governance, peace, and security and integration exists. And we need to look at that. You cannot be able to deepen integration unless you deal with these issues. So there are specific paragraphs that give example of what is happening in the Sahel region, in the Horn, the unconstitutional change of government in some of the countries, and how this eventually interferes with the progress that can be made on integration. Now, so coming to conclusion here, we need, of course, to accelerate the regional integration in Africa. I think we've made progress, as I have indicated, and both individual countries and the regional economic communities need to do more to tackle some of the challenges that I highlighted there. Clearly, we have an instrument on the table. The Executive Secretary has talked about the effort, the work that the Secretariat has been reading, working with the state parties of the AFCFTA to develop national AFCFTA strategies. Again, to respond to the distinguished delegate from Somalia, we are actually quite advanced working on the AFCFTA strategy for Somalia. We actually had the Ministry of Trade here in Addis Ababa to work with us on this. And normally these AFCFTA strategies are led by the member states and the AFCFTA Secretariat and other stakeholders basically use them as point of reference as we move forward. The critical thing now is how do you implement these AFCFTA strategies? So of the 27 that have already been validated, some of them are currently under implementation. We believe that the new protocols that were agreed to early this year, that is investment protocol, competition policy, and intellectual property rights, it is important that all the state parties that have ratified the AFCFTA Secretariat also go ahead and ratify these protocols, because really these additional protocols are really the ones that push the bar and they push the frontier when it comes to making sure that you attract investments, because now you have a common investment area. Intellectual property is protected. There is a fair playing field because of the competition, because of common competition. So what as your Secretariat, besides developing the AFCFTA strategies, we believe that the quick ratification, where that needs to happen, of the new 3 protocols is critical to realizing the accelerated implementation of the AFCFTA under this year. And of course, because ministers of finance work in a whole of government, it will be good for the inclusivity dimension. We are here talking about vulnerability and inequality. There are 2, the protocol on women and trade that is currently being negotiated, and that one of digital trade. We believe these are 2 critical protocols to addressing the issue of trade liberalization, potentially being gender insensitive, of leaving some people behind, or some sectors behind. So in terms of this acceleration, we believe that it will be good for those 2 protocols also to be concluded. The Secretariat is very much engaged in supporting especially the involvement of the stakeholders in the realization of this. Now, and that is what I'm saying there, where we are supporting, we continue to support member states in the implementation of the AFCFTA. And maybe lastly, before I conclude, I thought it would be good for me to talk about the free movement of people protocol. Again, as we say, necessary condition for you to really get optimal results out of the market integration progress that has been made. 33 member states have signed the free movement of people, that protocol. Only 4 have ratified. Only 25 countries within the continent, as you see in the report, where you can be able to move without visa. 25 gives you visa on arrival. And then there are those others that you really have to go through difficult process of getting the visa. Obviously, you cannot actually be able to get business people moving unless we address that question. So what we are doing as a secretariat, and we are working closely with the African Union, the Commissioner for Social Affairs, is to look again at what is it that can be decomposed out of the protocol that has already been signed, to see are there parts that can be accelerated so that at least we start deriving the benefits of the AFCFTA and also under this free movement of people. And then the last bullet is about the other work, which of course I've already mentioned, the strategies, the AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative, which is basically a proof of concept that you can, because the pharmaceutical sector has actually been identified from the Niamey Summit, and also under the Summit on the Economic Diversification and Industrialization, and under the AFCFTA as one of those sectors where industrialization can be fast-tracked within the continent. So we've been working with 10 countries in this in the IGAD region, and what we have been doing as a secretariat practically, we have identified some pharma manufacturing companies within this region, and then we have been working with the WHO to conduct good manufacturing practices audits. And then as a secretariat, we have brought on board investment advisors, investment analysts, who have been working with these companies to see how can they prepare themselves towards attracting investments so that they can expand their local manufacturing. So we can provide more information on this. So now we have about 7 companies that we are working with. And all this is happening because we believe that once they scale up production and then countries pool procure together, again, a regional integration agenda, and you have set up the African Medicines Agency, which is harmonizing the regulations and standardizations, we would be able to optimize on the AFCFTA. So those are some of the things that we are doing as a secretariat, and I'm very happy to respond to all the issues, including those that I was not able to mention too, because 10 minutes is not sufficient. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thank Mr. Karingi for the clear and informative presentation. May I now open the floor for discussions? The floor is open. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving Egypt the floor. And I would kindly request the photographers to maybe give me a line of sight to see the chair. Thank you. Chair, let me start by thanking my dear friend, Stephen Karingi. I mean, you read the report and you like the report, but then you say, okay, I'll wait until I hear from Stephen because this is where the insights are. So thank you very much, Stephen, for this presentation. It has been very insightful. When it comes to our comments on the report itself and the presentation as well, we would like to, for starters, we would like to welcome the report and highlight the need to make use of what we have in this report in feeding in the midterm, the summit in July. You know, we have the midterm summit in July. Maybe we can make a good use of these data and these insights. When it comes to the CFTA, you know, we spoke a lot about CFTA, Stephen, and you know how passionate Egypt is on this matter. And we do believe that CFTA is the starting point to actually have regional value chains that can mitigate the shocks that we're receiving from outside the continent, and at the same time help in creating resilience for the continent. So we thank you for all the efforts that that you're doing on this matter, and we would actually want to see maybe something separate, something specific on regional value chains. How can we promote regional value chains through implementable projects? And excuse me, I'll keep focusing on implementable projects in all my interventions because that's what we need right now. We think also when it comes to regional integration, we think it's very important to have a clear focus on PDAPAP and in particular PDAPAP2 project list, which remains one of the most important drivers of integration in the continent. So we would like to hear more from the ECA about the PDAPAP2 and how can the ECA present support to the projects. When it comes to the social integration, while we appreciate all the work that's and the efforts that are taking place on this front, we still do have concerns over the duplication of some of the initiatives that even the initiatives that were put in the report. We have some concerns that some of them are doing actually the same job, and we are in well, the continent, actually the whole world is in a position where you cannot risk wasting resources, financial resources, on doing something twice. So we think it will be very important to see how can we deal with this matter. Having said that, if I go to the presentation itself, when it comes to the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, while we understand the importance of the system, we still think that we do have some concerns that need to be addressed. For example, the risk that needs to be covered by central banks. We all know that for the time being, we have a liquidity crisis in the continent, and requesting the central banks to take this in this critical time might be a very difficult task to be clear about that. Also, what would be the processes to avoid money laundering, for example, to make sure that there are no illicit financial flows. So we think that we need to develop more the ideas on how to work on perhaps, while we initially welcome the system. The last point is on macroeconomic convergence. And while we fully agree that the criteria for macroeconomic convergence are very important when it comes to, for example, when it comes to the preparations for the AU financial institutions. But we also understand that in critical times, in emergency times like the ones we're having now, it's only natural that member states will take precautionary measures that might be affecting this macroeconomic convergence in a way or another. So maybe this is one thing that we also need to keep in mind. We understand that this is not a permanent thing. We will have to abide at some point once we're going through this storm that we're facing. After that, we will need to get back to strict abidance by these criteria. But maybe we listen more to you on this matter. So yeah, these are our points. Thank you very much, Stephen, for the great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Comme c'est la première fois que nous
Chair,
prenons...
thank you very much. This is the first time we're taking the floor. So allow us to express a warm welcome to all the experts and wish proceedings all success. We'd also like to thank Director Karengi for the presentation that he just made. And we also endorse the fact that because of the fragmented nature of the economies on our continent, regional integration is absolutely indispensable for Africa to be transformed. We also believe that we need the right type of architecture, infrastructure for the free trade zone and also for development itself. We also need to take and adopt resolutions which are related to the security issues that have been a major handicap constraining all development initiatives. One thing we must deplore, which has no direct relationship with the report, is that countries that experience these security problems have almost abandoned African solidarity, which ought to be a way of joining efforts, impeding the advance of violence and terrorism. This solidarity is not always present. We're not in any way trying to say we need to have a study on finding solutions to terrorism or violent extremism, but what we are doing is saying we appeal to our collective conscience. We need to pool efforts. We need to do this if we're to overcome this terrorism threat. ECA needs to develop initiatives that support the fight against terrorism. So this is not answers in any way, but it's an appeal that we have the security infrastructure in place so that we do get support, general support across the board, because individually, in an isolated way, our countries are not going to be able to achieve the harmonious development of our continent that we are all calling for. Thank you again for your presentation. I wish you all fruitful success for our session. Thank you.
Thank you. Eritrea, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since we are taking the floor for the first time,
we want to congratulate and rest assure you Eritrea's support to Uganda's chairship. And having said that, Mr. Chair, one, we wanted to thank the eloquent presentation of our dear colleague Karingi. And then just, Mr. Chair, when we talk about regional integration, we wanted to emphasize in some aspects of also partly touched in the presentation on the importance and the significance of adopting bottom-up approach than top-bottom approach. Because most of the time, of course, we need political will and commitment at the highest level. But the issue of regional integration becomes practically more difficult on the ground. So adopting bottom-up approach, starting with the specific regions and going into continental level and focusing on some practical issues, I think we believe very important. And also the importance of peace and stability as a base of socio-economic integration. It is, we believe it is the base of all sort of regional integration, and focusing on that aspect, because we have, without having peace and stability, it becomes a bit difficult to have other socio-economic integration. And then on the issue of prioritization and national ownership, because that is, of course, we may have at the continental and the regional levels ambitious, but practically that aspect also comes into the national level, and having the ownership and prioritization, particularly by focusing on infrastructure, because without having physical connectivity, most of the time it becomes difficult to implement regional integration. So how we are planning to contribute in infrastructure to have the real physical connectivity among our African member states. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. La Côte d'Ivoire, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the presenter for the quality of the presentation. We entirely agree about the comments and the findings and suggestions made, but I'd like to speak to a few points again, which I believe perhaps we could strengthen. Generally speaking, what we already know is that Africa's contribution to global trade, the low level of intra-African regional integration, and from the presentation we saw that there's from 2020 to 2021 been a decrease between a decrease in interregional trade and trade also within the West Africa sub-region. The explanations weren't perhaps as detailed as they could have been. Why is it that intra-regional exports are where they're at? In the ECOWAS region, it's somewhat stable, but in other sub-regions, there's have been a downward trend in sub-regional exports. With AFCFTA, I believe we, having started in 2021, by the end of 2021, what we observed was that interregional trade was diminishing. So perhaps we could hear a little bit more about that, or say a little bit more about that, for a better understanding of how that came about. Indeed, some things could be achieved automatically where the preconditions met. We have heard about infrastructure improvements in the transport sector, in that there have been agreements for the AFCFTA implementation. But progress seems to be primarily related to the agreements themselves, but tangible empirical evidence is not visible on the ground. Look at air transport, look at road transport. In East Africa, in West Africa, there have been improvements, but has the integration of trade been strengthened proportionately? It's as if we were trying to assess the effects of these agreements. How could we say that the improvements in having achieved these agreements and of having made these recommendations have been translated into tangible effect? We don't quite see that. If I'm to take communications, we've been told there have been improvements in communications, but there's a very important point we'd like to mention here. This is the interconnection of interregional communication. I know that we have countries that are interconnected. I know that if we look at Kenya, if we look at the neighboring countries, there were no taxes. So if you call a neighboring country, then there's the taxes you have to pay. There was a study, I believe, that the African Union had called for on the cost of interconnections. And the study looked at how interregional connectivity could overcome these constraints. I don't know where we've reached. Has the ECA been able to work with the African Union on this? I don't know. This is a question that I'm asking. And also I'm asking really perhaps whether ECA is working with the African Union in other areas of convergence. But I would have really liked to know what objectively verifiable indicators do we have? Because we're talking about regional integration. Of course, there's trade. And for trade, there are other indicators. And I know the African Union has been working on objectively verifiable indicators. And like GDP, for example, we can see growth rates from year to year, see how what the trends are like, see what the objectively verifiable criteria really are from year to year. So year on year, we see the improvements that go beyond the actual existence of these agreements or the implementation of these agreements. But we need to see tangible effect when we're talking about evidence. So, Chair, this is what I wanted to make as a contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? Randa, please.
Thank you, Chair. The presenter touched on this, but I wanted to emphasize it again. It's about the local production of drugs in Africa. This is a key component of the regional integration and trade agenda. We need to have this being produced in Africa. As COVID showed, Africa was last in line to acquire personal protective equipment. 25% of all essential medicine used on the continent are produced in Africa. So the need for local production of drugs present a business opportunity for the continent. This therefore will require strengthened and harmonized regulatory authorities, market integration, and custom procedures, among others. Therefore, we encourage member state and continental institutions to recognize and act urgently to facilitate and accelerate local production of drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. And first of all, we commend the presenter for a very good presentation. Of course, it was very insightful. Chairperson, on the issue for infrastructure integration, the presenter mentioned about the issue of digital integration. So we just want to add our voice on that one, because he said they're going to conduct the digital kind of survey. So, Chairperson, on that issue of digital integration, we propose when they are conducting the survey, the ECA, on that survey and initiative they should conduct on the matter to ensure at least two things on that survey. The first one is to ensure that there is inclusion of institution change in the modern fashion to support the digital infrastructure. And the second one, as chairperson, is to ensure the private sector as a key stakeholder in this. We need to ensure that they engage the private sector as not as a participant, but as a partner who can provide the solution toward the challenge for digital integration in Africa. Chairperson, those are our comments, but again, on the issue of, we have not done much on the issue of the trading service. Maybe they can give us if they have the strategy, because as far as even the previous presentation is concerned, you can see that in one of the table that we have not done much in the area of trading service. Maybe they can give us the if they have any strategy in that respect. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Chad, please.
Merci, merci Monsieur le Président. Cette délégation voudrait également donc saluer.
We would like to congratulate all the colleagues who are present here, and also to thank the Commission for this opportunity that has been accorded for us to meet. We would like to congratulate your chairmanship and also to reiterate our support to you in helping these works move forward. I would also like to congratulate the presenter for the presentation that he brought out, and that brought out factual elements that are very important. On the issue of regional integration, we feel that there's work to be done there. And what was said here is very important. We have taken note of the information that has been forwarded to us. And we also note that the topics are varied, from trade to socio-economic topics, and even on the components of peace and security. And that aspect of peace and security, all those are critical areas. We also feel that it would be interesting to bring out the issue of transboundary trade and transboundary trade. Mr. Karengi has talked about visa issues, and it's also important to insist or to emphasize on the issue of a free movement of goods and persons. That's also very important. There's a protocol in place within the African Union on that regard, and we feel, therefore, the number of ratifications. There has not been many ratifications, but it is a very important issue to talk about regional integration and the trade, and also the commercial exchanges, without talking about this issue of a free movement of goods and persons. On the other hand, this delegation also favorably talks about, as you can see, this a new paradigm of talking about the Sahelian zone, this Sahelian zone, if we can say so, that has its own security-related challenges and exogenous and endogenous shocks. Exogenous shocks that are known by everyone, the global crisis, but also the security crisis. It is therefore important to talk about or to review even the concept of inter-regional or sub-regional approach for Africa. And we also would like to end our intervention to call for more complementarity between the African Union and the Economic Commission. The data that has been given to us by this Economic Commission and the African Union are different because they do not have the same distribution of zones around the continent. We know that it is not the same kind of flow of regions. Sometimes it's East Africa, North Africa, do not always mean the same thing to these two institutions. It's therefore important for us that you have that complementarity and that you work together to be able to give us data that would the same data that we can deploy everywhere. Thank you very much on that point, and we may intervene later during the exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I take it that we have exhausted the list of speakers. May I now invite, yes, do you want to say something? Yeah, may I now invite the Acting Executive Secretary to make a few comments, and then we'll have Mr. Stephen Keringi take the floor. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to thank the honorable delegates for your comments, valuable. I want to react to the comments made by Burkina Faso, Eritrea, and Chad on the issue of the importance of the nexus issues, the peace, security, and development. Indeed, this is an area where the United Nations in general is investing in, and ECA also. We are members of the United Nations Integrated Strategy for the Sahel, which is looking at the issues of peace and security and development as part of the same continuum. One of our entry points is first to change the narrative about the Sahel, from a Sahel that is associated and with the perception of being a zone of conflict, which indeed there is conflict, but at the same time, there are opportunities. So our effort through the United Nations Integrated Strategy for the Sahel is really to look at those opportunities and see how they can, when well harnessed, contribute to addressing some of the root causes of conflict and insecurity in the region, some of which are associated indeed or lack of jobs and opportunities for young people, and then they become easily targets for recruitment or insurgency under the groups. So we are working on that through more particularly our Office for West Africa, which is based in Niamey, together with the coordinator of the strategy, the Special Representative Abdullah Mar, on identifying what are the pathways to making those opportunities a reality in a path towards transformation. And some of which, I mean, our earlier comment about the need to link our work on economic, social, and environment as part of it is as one single continuum is a little bit inspired on the things that we are discussing for the Sahel, where we believe that the combination of accelerated deployment of renewable energy, of which the region has strong assets in the form of solar radiation, wind potential, could open up opportunities in countries like Chad, the honorable delegate from Chad, to Niger, and in particular on their livestock sector, which in the case of Chad, I mean, in excess of 100 million heads of cattle, that if you have energy, then you can establish cold chains. If you have cold chains, it means you can process meat locally, sell your meat at higher value, and then perhaps create a cluster around it, which young people can be employed. So we are equally members of the Horn of Africa Initiative under the leadership of the Special Representative Hannah Tete, which we are also looking at these nexus issues as part of, again, our effort to try and identify opportunities to generate sustainable livelihoods in the region and reduce, therefore, potential for recruitment, for instability, and so on. And one important dimension of leaving no one behind is really to understand those issues and linking opportunities with jobs and so on. Last, again, from Chad on the collaboration with the African Union. It is our priority and to improve our level of collaboration, coming to a better division of labor, identifying areas where is duplication. For example, as you would recall, in our last meeting of the coordination committee between the African Union, regional economic communities, and other partners, we looked at the issue of the African Regional Integration Index, which, as you know, we have two of them, and Karingi, my colleague Karingi will come back to that, and to see how we can come into producing just one of those indexes, indeed to ensure that we speak with one voice, one data, and we amplify and reinforce our own work and message. So this is a priority. We are working on it, and there are areas where we are absolutely working as one. There are other areas where, I mean, there is room for improvement. And as you said, together with the African Union and its organs, we have agreed that this should be prioritized. The challenges on the continent are huge, that require multiple partners, both state and non-state actors, the civil society, for us to be able to master and address those challenges. These will require sophisticated levels of analysis and investment. We've made reference to some of the things that we need to do more, this country growth diagnostic studies, this identification of where the hotspots earlier. The delegate of, our honorable delegate of Egypt made reference to the things that we need to do tomorrow. One of them is to ensure we don't have roads to nowhere, that our investments in infrastructure are directly associated with economic opportunities, that they can open up those opportunities, enhance multiplier effects. There's some work that we've done, for example, on using this GIS-enabled hotspot analysis, where we combine socioeconomic data with biophysical data to identify where are those targets where, for example, we have to put infrastructure. So this is just an example of many of these analysis, sophisticated profiling that we need to do together with many other partners, think tanks, African Union entities, with a view for all of us to be able to make the most out of our opportunities and ensure that 2030 and 2063 are indeed claimed. So this is part of the conversations that we are starting with the African Union and other entities with a view to ensure, again, that we do this perfectly, the clear division of labor. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Yes, and let me also thank the distinguished delegates for the comments that you've made, and also for the questions. So let me try to answer some of those that have not been answered by the acting executive secretary. And to go back first to Egypt, the distinguished delegate from Egypt, yes, it's true that we have a lot of policy dialogues with the delegations here, and it happens to be the case that Egypt is one of those delegations in Addis Ababa that we talk continuously on the work of the commission. So for the AFCFTA, yes, it's true. We need to have very practical actions on the ground, especially on building regional value chains. And maybe the example that I gave on the AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative did not come out strongly, because that is one of those regional value chains in the area of farmer that we are working on. Now, the idea is that we know there are some countries within Africa, South Africa, Egypt, that produce active pharmaceutical ingredients. Now, so these pharmaceutical manufacturing companies that we are working with under this AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative, it is our expectations that they will order their APIs from, of course, assuming it's competitive, from those African countries that produce their APIs, for them to be able to supply under the AFCFTA Anchored Pharma Initiative. The electric battery value chain that the ECA has been working on with the Afrexim Bank and the governments of DRC and Zambia is again another concrete example of a regional value chain that is being, the Secretariat is working on to develop further on the agenda of industrialization. And our office in Southern Africa, the sub-regional office based in Lusaka, has been working with Zimbabwe and Zambia and Malawi on this triangle of agro parks. You recall that the summit this year really elevated the idea of optimizing the AFCFTA for the development of agro parks, so that we can be able to tackle the food insecurity. Again, the whole design and ideas on the agro parks, the Secretariat has actually been working very closely with the African Union Commission and its other organs to bring it to realization. So yes, we are working on very specific implementable projects under the RPCs. Yes, on the PIDA PAP 2, of course, the ECA has been part of the designing of the documentation of these 69 projects. Our report does actually, and in my presentation, I did indicate that, and in fact, that's why I did not spend a lot of time on the PIDA, on the infrastructure part, because the reality on the ground is that because of the shocks that our economies have been facing, we have actually seen a reduction in terms of investments in infrastructure, hard infrastructure. However, the report did indicate that we should see more attention on the PIDA PAP 2 projects. If I may, one of the projects that the Secretariat has been working on very closely, and probably not many people follow it closely, is what we call the Lamu Port, South Sudan, Ethiopian corridor. Why the Secretariat has been investing, and this is part of it's part of the PIDA PAP 2 projects. Why there has been a lot of emphasis on this is because of this trade, regional integration, development, peace and security nexus. Because as you know, South Sudan is in the process of ratifying its AFCFTA. And for them to optimize on the AFCFTA, they need to have this connectivity with the economies around them. So this PIDA PAP 2 project called LAPSET, we as ECA have been fostering an intergovernmental mechanisms, and we are hoping to have a ministerial meeting in Juba just to concentrate on how can we move forward concretely on this, on the many projects under that, taking of course into account the fiscal constraints that the countries face. I hear you on avoiding duplication on the social integration. And so we've been tackling the health issue as an economic issue, not as a social issue. And there are two reports that the Secretariat has produced called the Health and Economic Growth in Africa report. And the argument in those reports are that unless the continent addresses builds health resilience, then we cannot realize the demographic dividend. And how do we, because the health is an economic issue, and these ministers that are represented here are so stretched in terms of their ability to finance health in the continent. So we need to make the health sector investable by the private sector, And we can only be able to do that is if we look at it as an economic issue. And that is where we play on the issue of health, rather than more than as a social issue. Very pertinent questions have been raised on the Pan-African payments and settlement system. And I think this being the domain of the ministers of finance and the governors of the central bank, I hear the questions you asked, and I hope that you've been engaging with the Pan-African payments and settlement system CEO on this particular issue, because it's a credible question. Yet, I would like to argue that this system is also supposed to help address the liquidity crisis in itself. Liquidity in terms of forex liquidity, because today a lot of countries are suffering from shortage of foreign exchange, especially the dollar. But this system is supposed to address that question of, it can actually help address that question of liquidity, but it has to be tight enough to avoid money laundering and illicit financial flows. And I think your point is well taken on the macro convergence. We cannot do it because governments have responsibilities of tackling the challenges that their citizens are facing. So the deviation from the macro indicators as agreed in the convergence criteria is well understood. So Burkina Faso question has been answered. The question raised by Eritrea, most of it has been answered. What I would want to again respond to my distinguished friend from Eritrea on this issue of prioritization and national ownership, and starting with using this bottom-up approach by strengthening infrastructure, using the sub-regions and then coming up. Of course, I agree with that. But I do also want to say that, for instance, under the AFCFTA, strategies that we are helping countries to develop, it's actually them that are prioritizing those areas that they need to work on, be it strengthening infrastructure, be it strengthening standards infrastructure, be it reforming the financial services and things like that. So those strategies are helping in that prioritization. And that's why I think we can have more conversations like we've been having on the AFCFTA, because it provides a platform for this realizing this national ownership and the prioritization. Cote d'Ivoire, I think the executive secretary has actually, so he answered, yeah, he has actually answered the question on Africa Regional Integration Index and the multi-regional integration index that is prepared by the African Union Commission. But a decision has already been made that the two needs to be brought together, and I think we are quite advanced on ensuring that we have a methodology that aligns so that we don't have different things. Now, I would also want to add to say that the low level of intra-African trade that you highlight, you wanted to at least us to talk about services. And I think our report does actually indicate that there are, in the financial services and in the telecoms services, two services that are part of the 5 services that are being opened up under the AFCFTA as priorities. There is already activity that we see being categorized. I don't know whether we call this a fast movers advantage, because Safaricom is here. We have seen 2 financial institutions, as mentioned in our report, that have actually gone to the DRC. Two banks have moved into the DRC, one from Kenya, I think the other one I think is from Morocco. I think through these actions, we are hoping to be able to see more in terms of intra-African trade in services. But why is the intra-African trade low, especially in the REX? I think it's because of the issues that those other pillars, inability to have sufficient connectivity, inability to have regional value chains that whereby you have raw materials and intermediates coming from one country to another. And I was going to add that the AFCFTA, which is the example that you gave, it cannot be implemented unless, it cannot be optimal unless also we do something about PIDA, the 2.0 that Egypt has raised, and also the single African air transport market. We make it a reality. On the ICT, completely agree. Unless we have a one area network, it is going to continue being very difficult for connection. The cost of doing business, especially through communication, ICT, through phone and digital, because of these connectivity costs or interconnection, they call it interconnection charges. Because of that, it makes it very difficult. But yes, there are examples, especially in the East African region, where you have an operating one area network. And I think there is also some countries in West Africa that have waived the interconnection charges. So your point, Cote d'Ivoire, is completely agreed. And we have had the guidance you have indicated on our digital. Oh, it's actually Tanzania that gave us guidance on what we should do on our survey. Chair, I'm coming to a conclusion. Rwanda, you basically just reinforced that we need to do more on local manufacturing. I may want to say here that you are aware of the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing that is led by the Africa CDC. In fact, last week, all the partners under the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing met in Kigali. The ECA, we are the lead on the market demand, and demand intelligence, market design and demand intelligence. Essentially, we are the ones who are leading the development of, and I think maybe other questions might come out of this. We are the ones who are going to lead on the development of the pool procurement system that will allow the uptake, or rather the uptake, of the vaccines that some of the countries like your country, like Egypt, like Ghana, like South Africa, are scaling up. We need to have a system that works. So the ECA is actually the one that is leading the pillar that is going to look at the supply chain to ensure that we operationalize, first of all, the pool procurement, but also the Bureau of the African Heads of State in May last year, they issued a communique where they called for 30% of the vaccines that are produced in Africa to be obtaken by the suppliers like Gavi and UNICEF when they are supplying to this market and other markets. So we are very much part of that process. And I think also this also demonstrates how we work with the organs of the African Union. So this is something that we are being led by Africa CDC, but we are leading a specific pillar of the 7 pillars of the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing. Tanzania, I think I have answered the question on the question that you have raised. We will, in our survey, our private sector is at the heart. It's actually at the heart of the digital survey. And we are also, just to talk about services, the Secretariat has also been working on regional value chains in services. We call them services value chains, because unless you understand a services value chain, you really cannot be able to figure out where do you want to have an offensive interest under the AFCFTA when it comes to your shared use of commitment under the services. So what the Secretariat has done, we have gone to 6 countries. I think we went to Togo and Nigeria. We looked at the value chain for finance. Then we went to Kenya and Ethiopia. We looked at the value chain, services value chain in transport. Then we went into Gambia, and I always forget the 6th country, where we looked at the question of tourism, the value chain in tourism. Now, what you will observe is that these 3 sectors that we focused on are part of the 5 sectors that are supposed to be opened up under the AFCFTA. So we are having very specific work on the AFCFTA and services. And yeah, I think the ES responded to Chad, and we seem to agree on the issue of the free movement of persons. So, Chair, let me end there. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I'm eating on your lunch time, but I thought it's important that we leave this room with a sense of hope. And the hope, of course, we are making very interesting baby steps, but now it's really the time for us to work at a much larger scale and with urgency, because otherwise, then all of these perma-crises will erode our positions, will contribute to more people being trapped in poverty and so on. So I think one message that it's important to say is that we cannot achieve the full realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area if we don't also invest in the boosting intra-African trade and all of the action items in that action plan. The binding constraints to trade, which Stephen has quite articulated quite well. So we've came out from Niamey because there was also a summit on the CFTA with very clear pathways. Now it's really about us stepping up together in translating all of those action plans into reality. For example, I mean, on this issue of the One Network area in Central Africa, I mean, to emulate East Africa, we've demonstrated the costs of associated with all of these different charges that you have to pay when you move from one country to another country. And CEMAC and ECAS have now a plan towards establishing this One Network area. The economic patriotism is part of the Made in Central Africa agenda. But again, for you to be able to start producing and consuming locally, there are all sorts of other factors that actions that you need to do in terms of improving quality and so on, so that local people start consuming locally. So to say, it's work in progress. We are doing very interesting things now, but more needs to be done. And that will require, again, much better analysis or identification what the opportunities are, then aligning those opportunities with investments, moving from a focus on foreign direct investment to a focus also on domestic investors. Because I also always like to say that our government spend a lot of time into creating the enabling environment for foreign direct investors, but they don't spend the same amount of time into looking on the conditions that would enable our domestic investors to play an equal role to foster the development of small and medium enterprises, which are the ones that create jobs. So let's balance together those actions and manage the tensions that are associated with it. Thank you. Sorry for eating 2 minutes to your lunch.
Thank you very much. I thank the ES and Mr. Karengi first for responding to the concerns and the questions and observations raised by members here, and Mr. Karingi for a very brilliant presentation that you have made. Before we go for lunch, just wanted to observe, just arising out of this debate that we have had on regional integration. As has been mentioned, the East African community has made some steps in terms of regional integration. And because of this, our observation has been that, partner states take a lot of effort in agreeing to various texts. Now, what is important to note is that these texts are not self-designating, neither do they self-effect. So they require all of the partner states to ensure that the spirit and object and purpose for which they were concluded is implemented. This is really the biggest deficit that we have in Africa. Of course, we have other secondary factors that affect our progress, but the biggest failure we have is on implementation. If we can cure this, then everything else will work as a value chain. I see Morocco wants to take the floor, but I didn't intend to give any other delegation the floor. We will proceed to lunch, and then Morocco, you will take the floor. There is an outstanding issue that has been brought to my attention with regard to the Bureau. We'll deal with that matter after lunch. May I now invite the Secretariat to speak about the logistical points regarding the lunch. I'll come back to you, Morocco, after lunch. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Given that we're already behind schedule, the distinguished delegates, I would like to kindly suggest that we keep lunch to a maximum of 1 hour, which means we will be back in this room at exactly 3:10, 10 minutes after 3 p.m. We have a very crowded agenda for this afternoon, so it would be good that we start at exactly 3:10. Now, lunch will be served in 2 venues located in the lobby area to the left. We have ushers and protocol staff standing behind in this room who will lead us to those 2 venues for lunch. So thank you very much. Let's be back promptly at 3:10. Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned.
Hello, testing 1 2 1 2, testing. Hey, testing.
Distinguished delegates, welcome back from lunch. We're about to get started, so I urge you all to take your seats so that we can start the afternoon session. Thank you. Chair.
May I call this meeting to order? May I invite the committee? May I invite the committee to return to the issue with regard to the election of the members of the Bureau? I have been informed that consultations among members of the Northern African sub-region have been concluded, and that members of the group support the election of Morocco as the second vice chair of the Bureau. May I take it that the committee wishes to elect Morocco to the Bureau? I see no objection, so decided. May I also invite the committee to return to the issue with regard to the composition of the ad hoc drafting committee. I have been informed that as a result of consultations in the North African sub-region, Morocco and Egypt have been recommended to join the ad hoc drafting committee. May I take it that the committee wishes to elect Morocco and Egypt to join the ad hoc drafting committee? I see no objection, so decided. Shall we now return to session 3? May I welcome all of you back from the lunch break. We've come to a very important part of our day, and that is to consider the theme of the 55th session of the Economic Commission for Africa under Agenda Item 5. I now call on Ms. Hanan Mausi, Deputy Executive Secretary for Programs and Chief Economist, to make a presentation on the issues paper that will guide our discussion. Please be reminded that you have 20 minutes for the presentation. Ms. Mausi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can someone upload the presentation, please? Right. So now I'll be presenting to you the theme of this year's session, which had been endorsed by the ministers last year. I mean, these times now are unlike any other times the continent has faced. The African countries have faced a tsunami of global shocks that has really affected both, growth, socially also in terms of the poverty and inequality. We had the pandemic, followed by also while countries were trying to recover, were hit by the war in Ukraine. And this was even further exacerbated by the climate shocks, as well as the cost of living crisis. All these issues actually exacerbated poverty and inequality, which were already at high level in the continent. These issues really threaten the fabric of African societies and pose risks not only to the achievement of SDGs, but also to peace, security, and the social contract in our societies. That's why there is really an urgent need to adapt economic policies that are people-centric and that put addressing issues of inequality and poverty at the heart of economic development strategies. So we have in terms of, to just give you a flavor in terms of the figures that we have seen for poverty and inequality in the continent, first of all, it's important to put in a perspective globally. Africa actually has the highest share of the world poor, accounting more than half of world poor, with 54%. Not only that, but also we have 149 million Africans who were put at risk of poverty in 2022. This adds to existing number of Africans that are already in poverty, which is 546 million. And here we see the distribution of poverty in the continent being skewed. So we see some regions actually having a higher share of poverty, particularly for East and West Africa, which accounts for a large majority of the poverty in the continent. And also the same regions also accounted for a high number of population that is at risk of falling into poverty, namely 48% for East Africa and 52 million for West Africa. Here you can see the issue of the concentration of poverty in lower middle income countries. As you can see in the two graphs, you have one with the highest countries with the highest proportion of poor in the societies. And here you can see the share for the highest 10 ranging between 60 to 80% in terms of share of poor in the population, which is quite high. And all of these countries are actually, the top 10 are low-income countries. Then you have the lowest share, the countries that have the lowest share of poverty in the continent. And here you can notice that these lowest 10 countries are all middle-income countries except for Gambia. And we can see that the lower middle-income countries account for about 52% of the total poor in Africa, while low-income countries actually account for 45% of the poor. All this is further exacerbated actually by existing inequalities in the continent. And here, the graph here shows the distribution of wealth inequality across African regions. And you can see that the region that actually have the highest level of wealth inequality is Southern Africa region, and the one that have the lowest is West Africa region. And I think a very important point to keep in mind is that even during periods of high growth, which, for example, between 2000 and 2010, the continent on average was growing by 5.5%, yet inequality was increasing. So I think one of the key issues here is that growth did not seem to be actually pro-poor and helping in being more inclusive or reducing inequality, which is a very important point to keep in mind in how we rethink about recovery policies going forward. Here we can see the kind of the overall view with income inequalities in the continent. And also in income inequality, it's really the highest share of income inequality is in upper middle income countries. And similar to what we have seen in for wealth inequality, which is that Southern Africa was the region with the highest, still the same issue with income inequality. And we have, for example, highest income inequality for upper middle income countries that include South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. And still the same story of basically that, growth does not guarantee, inclusion. That we have seen basically growth, but without sufficient emphasis on the impact on inequality and poverty. So what actions can countries do? And here we will talk about two sets. One is domestically, what can countries do to tackle these issues going forward? And then we will talk afterwards on what needs to be done at a global level. So in terms of the actions needed domestically, we need to pursue policies that are inclusive in terms of macroeconomic policies, in terms of better targeting and efficient spending. We have, as we all know, with these multiple shocks, the policy space has already eroded. So we have very limited resources. So focusing on how we can use these limited resources to get the highest returns is very important. In paying attention to the efficiency of spending, but also the targeting of social safety nets. And another type of policies that would help are policies to increase resilience to shocks. And these can include, tools to enhance credit, insurance, to enhance the provision of public goods, things like healthcare and education, in a way like even before crisis hit. So having the right policies in these areas matters a great deal, but also accelerating financial inclusion would be key. The second area is about ensuring resource mobilization for more inclusive recovery. And that really covers a broad range of areas, including closing tax loopholes. And that will also involve the issue of basically reducing illicit financial flows. Currently, we have Africa loses between 40 to 60 billion US dollars just in tax evasion a year. So closing such a gap will be really important. But also it includes broadening the tax base and diversifying that base. It includes also updating excise taxes that in many countries are outdated in terms of the valuation and estimation of it, and having more progressive taxation to actually address these issues of inequality. Another area that is really very important is reviewing tax exemptions, because there are many African countries that have extensive tax exemptions that haven't necessarily delivered. And I think there is a time to really, just pause, evaluate, and reconsider what is needed there. The efficiency of these exemptions versus, the resources that are coming from them could actually help them. And another very important area is actually land and property taxation. So property taxation in Africa currently accounts, in terms of revenues, 0.3% of GDP. That's quite low. And only for land taxation, only 15 African countries have any sort of land taxation. So these are two areas that would be important to consider going forward, and they can be actually used to enhance the ability to get resources to be able then to have resources to fund social safety nets and targeted ones to address the same issues we're talking about. But also there is the need to leverage climate finance, as I think this is a huge area that need to be tapped more, and we'll talk about it a bit more in detail. But this can really create substantial resources, particularly in terms of, for example, debt for nature swaps or debt for climate swaps, and the ability to get lower financing for your debt lower cost of financing for your debt going forward, if you show the ability to implement key performance indicators that are reliable and related to climate. And also another area of potential resource mobilization is developing carbon credit markets, which I'm sure during our meetings here we'll hear a lot more about. The other area that also an area of action is really focusing on structural transformation. And here, very important to focus also on things that is job creating. So focusing on structural transformation, keeping in mind the comparative advantage of the country, but also the areas in which more jobs can be created. The other one is through the Africa Continental Trade Agreement, which offers a unique opportunity actually for the region to, one, move up the value chain, but also enhance regional value chain within Africa, especially that it comes at a time when there is disruptions in global value chains, and a move from the focus on just efficiency and cost to focus more on proximity and trust. And that brings opportunities for the continent to get into markets and areas that would not have been possible before. And also it enhances the resilience of the economies. And I'm sure many of you are familiar, for example, through the ATEX platform and what was done to enhance resilience through procurement for pharmaceutical. And now we're trying to actually expand that to issues of food security. So that would be very important going forward to give more emphasis on. Lastly, last but not least, is the issue of what needs to be done at a global level. And this really builds on a lot of work that is also ongoing with the Africa High-Level Working Group on Global Financial Architecture, which is composed of the African Ministers of Finance, Economic Development and Planning, which ECA serves as a secretariat. And that group actually brings together the IMF, the World Bank, African Union, African Development Bank, and Afrexim Bank. And here we have kind of summary, high-level summary of the type of things that has been put forward as the asks and the needs of what need to be done. So among them is the need to overhaul the G20 common framework to make it more time-bound, effective, and transparent, and to actually have this service stand still upon application, expand the eligibility of the G20 common framework to include also middle-income countries, and at the same time to allow better functioning of the process, to encourage the IMF to use to have bolder use of its lending into arrears, to reduce the leverage of holdouts. But also another very important area here is to enhance the debt regulatory framework. And here by that, what I mean is the need for international jurisdictions to actually require new issuances to include collective action clauses, force majeure clauses, and for major jurisdictions to implement anti-vulture fund legislations. A second important area is the need for reforming the SDR rechanneling to basically promote greater utilization. In the last SDR allocation, which was done, in light of the pandemic, $650 billion were issued. However, out of that amount, Africa got only 5%. And the hope was that basically number of countries would rechannel their own SDR allocation, which is the special drawing rights, to allow countries that are in more need to get these emergency financing and meet their financing needs. This hasn't really, panned out. Pledges were made. Some were actually honored, but many has not actually materialized because of how that system of SDR rechanneling is currently designed. So reforming it will be key, but also reforming the way the SDR allocation itself is done. As we stand, the SDR allocation itself is done based on IMF country quotas. And that need to be basically enhanced because, just to illustrate, all of Africa, the 54 countries, have less quota than the UK, with its, kind of population that is a fraction of Africa. So when the allocations happen, it go to large countries that don't necessarily have the liquidity needs. And there is a need to first make sure that the allocations are done on analytical and rule-based manner to reduce the discretionary and political nature of the whole allocation process, because in articles of agreement, the SDR is supposed to be basically based on the need to meet long-term liquidity needs at a global level. So even when there has been technical assessments of the need, it did not necessarily translate into actual allocations being done. So part of the issue is to make sure that the process in which these allocations are done are more rule-based, so that it actually meets the spirit of what these articles of agreement were intended. Another important area that really requires also tackling is scaling up of affordable long-term financing for development. And here that includes number of actions. It includes improving terms of lending. That includes, of course, lower cost of borrowing, lower interest rates, longer maturities. And that's for available financing, whether it's through IMF, World Bank, or MDBs, so that the continent is able to better meet its development needs. But also it includes increasing access limits, for the World Bank, for IMF, and suspending IMF surcharges, which really affects particularly middle-income countries. A number of African countries actually, were impacted by that, especially with the increasing financing needs with the multiple shocks, and to enhance in general access to emergency financing through the whole, whether it's Bretton Woods or through MDBs. Next area is regarding the increase of flexibility and of eligibility and a qualification criteria for the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust. And for that trust to really play a catalytic role in green finance. And that includes for things like debt for climate swaps, green products, financial products, but also for things like carbon markets. Another area is, in general, reinvigorating the toolkits of Bretton Woods institutions, because when these institutions were created, the idea was for for their tools to deal with idiosyncratic shocks, country-specific shocks. However, the series of shocks that we have seen recently are global in nature. So there's a need to really, reform and adapt this toolkit to the type of shocks that we have been seeing. And of course, also part of the reform that is needed is to look into the issue of increasing the quota for Africa. Finally, in terms of market access issues, to enhance the regulatory framework for credit rating agencies. And here really there is need for more transparency in methodology and rating process, and ensuring that there is an oversight of a regulator that can help in terms of providing a recourse mechanism to dispute ratings, because as it stands now, if a country has an issue with that rating, the only thing you can do is go through the rating agency own internal dispute mechanism. There is no independent entity that or a regulator that you can resort to. Also, here, another final area here is utilizing the de-risking instruments to enhance market access. And here, one of the things that will need to be considered going forward, because we're going to a new financial norm, where have higher interest rates. We're not going to see the type of low interest rates that globally all countries enjoyed for over 10 years. So one of the things that will be very important is to find ways in which the cost of that borrowing will be more affordable for Africa. And one of the areas that can help is actually having de-risking instruments and some sort of guarantees or official support that reduces the cost of issuances, similar to what we have seen historically with Brady bonds. So these are the type of things that will be needed to really make the system more just and inclusive and meet the needs of Africa. And these are the type of things that have been repeatedly put forward by the working group and discussed with various entities, including G7 and G20 by the African ministers with their counterpart. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morsi, for very clear and insightful presentation. May I now open the floor for discussions? Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving Egypt the floor. And since we are starting a new session after we had lunch, so we consider that we didn't ask for the floor that much because we're starting over. So, Chair, allow me first to thank Dr. Hanan very much for the paper that was presented to us, and second for the presentation where there was a lot of insight and explanation of what we had in the paper. Actually, the main point that grabbed our attention in the paper was that it actually provides a way forward. We have these two sets of actions that are presented. One of them is, well, 3 main pillars, and the other is 1 pillar, but it actually provides a sort of an action plan on what we can do in the coming period. And this was something that we really want to see in all the papers and all the reports that we get from ECA. That's what we talk about when we say implementable projects and action plans. We do have a couple of comments on the matter. First of all, one point that we have noticed in the action plan was that most of what was proposed is a long-term action plan. But when it comes to the short range, when it comes to the current situation, we're still lagging behind a little bit. The point is that with the current situation, there is no enough liquidity and no fiscal space to actually move forward. Our economies are somehow stuck in a certain area that we need to get out of so we can apply the different recovery plans. So we would like to give an example on some of the projects that worked in this regard. I think it was mentioned Takaful wa Karama, which is an Egyptian initiative that managed to get 12% of the Egyptian population above poverty line, and that's in just less than 7 years. So again, this lack of liquidity, this problem of lack of fiscal space is something that we need to address in our discussion. That's our first point. A second point is that we really appreciate the work that is taking place when it comes to the illicit financial flows. We think it's of extreme importance to unify the African positions on this matter, which is discussed here in Addis, discussed in Vienna, discussed in Geneva. So working on this matter is also of importance, and we would like to see proposals from ECA on how to enhance the African efforts on IFFs. When it comes to tax reform, we also do appreciate very much the proposals that are presented in the paper. And we would like to highlight the need to make use of the inclusive framework of the OECD on global tax reform, and how having a unified African position can actually help with the global tax reform. One last comment that we do have is on the discussions on the global level. And here again, we want to highlight the Sustainable Debt Coalition as a very important pillar we think will be helping in when it comes to debt reform globally. So I think this will be discussed further in our session, but we keep highlighting it with the different agenda items. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. May I now invite Morocco?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je saisis cette occasion pour vous féliciter.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you for your appointment and your country, Uganda, and also my thanks to the ECA for organizing this extremely important meeting, and also the host country for its kind hospitality. And of course, I would like to thank Ms. Morsi for her presentation, which was brilliant and exhaustive. I also commend ECA for the choice of this theme, which is at the heart of all the hearts of African, in order, of course, to fostering recovery and transformation in Africa, to reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. It is extremely topical. Personally, I would like to talk about some other items, namely the installation of sustainable industrialization, which has been endorsed by both agendas that we are familiar with. Inclusive and sustainable industrialization is essential to promote the structural transformation, grow the manufacturing value added and manufacture production, and create decent jobs, and particularly for women and the youth. And finally, eradicate poverty and reduce inequalities. In order to do this, the African continent should put in place value chains at the regional level which are resilient, to develop competitive and productive markets and economies in order to attain the objectives of the agreement that will establish AFCTA and the objectives of the two agendas, 23 and 63. In order to attain these objectives, everybody is aware of the challenges that have to be overcome, because Africa is way behind in terms of industrialization. According to the last UNIDO figures, according to the recent UNIDO figures, the manufacturing sector represents only 10.5% of African GDP, which is way below the world share and lower than all the other regions which are in the developing stage. For Africans to accelerate their progress, they need new industrial policies which should foster an inclusive green recovery and resilience after the COVID-19 pandemic, especially industries that were extremely vulnerable during the pandemic. An effective industrial policy should strengthen the resiliency of countries of potential future shocks. The green industrial policy at the same time should aim at offer and demand. How? Offer, because the governments can supply incentives for a rational use of energy and renewable energy, and to promote green recovery, and also encourage the SMEs and especially the tiniest of industries, and all programs that foster the installation of the informal sector. Over and above, the government can change the behavior of the consumers thanks to demand-based instruments. Moreover, the industrialization strategy of African countries should draw lessons from critical periods and encourage the approach of substitutive industrialization, and grant priority to national and regional production of essential goods which are currently being imported. In this respect, we can quote the experience of Morocco through its Industrial Recovery Plan 21-23, which aims at strengthening the industry and support them with the view to increase jobs and added value, and to develop industrial entrepreneurship and foster the emergence of a new generation of industries. And of course, this would require strategic international partners which would foster South-South cooperation. In this context of this new plan, the Ministry of Industry has launched a series of projects and various investment opportunities materialized by specific agreements in order to favor certain imports. These projects are supported by incentives and advantages in terms of funding, training, the acquirement of land and other standards. And in conclusion, in order to guarantee a better integration, we'll have to work to do away with non-physical barriers to trade and strengthen production capacity thanks to intra-African investment, as has already been mentioned by the acting executive secretary of the ECA. And I thank you for your kind attention.
And urge you to keep to the 3 minutes rule. Thank you.
Alors, merci encore, Monsieur le
Once
Président.
again, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Once more, I would like to thank the presenter for the high caliber of her presentation and also the exactitude of her presentation, as well as the strong recommendations that emanated from this presentation so that Africa can come out of poverty and also to do away with inequalities. I would like to dwell on 2 or 3 items, if I may. The first one regards the rate of poverty. I don't know whether it is extreme poverty that was calculated or poverty incidence, etc. But all the same, I would like to ask a few queries about the extreme low level of other countries like Morocco, and which mentions some very low rates. This is understandable and we can appreciate it. But all the same, I would like to see if we could give some sort of dynamics before the crisis that we are familiar with, namely the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, the COVID pandemic crisis, i.e. from 2019 to 22. Within this space of time, we would be able to see which is the variation of poverty rate, but all the same, it would be a good idea to have as recent information as possible, and this has been given to us. However, in the case of Côte d'Ivoire, we haven't actually yet updated the poverty rates following the various crises, but I was actually curious to know now the level of poverty of my country after I listened to this presentation. We usually calculated it according to the data in 2019 with a household survey that was conducted in the West African sub-region covering several countries. I think it was a percentage of 39.4. A new survey has just been carried out, and I discussed with my colleagues of Burkina Faso if they knew their rate of poverty on the basis of this new survey that was conducted in 21. But at the Ministry of Plan, we don't have all this information. The technicians are still working on this, so they haven't come out with the most recent rates, but it has enabled us to understand the incidence of COVID and the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, and also the impact of the policies that have been applied, because since a new president came to power, he established new development plans, i.e. three, one from 20 to 2015, 2016, 2020, and currently we're in the process of implementing the most recent one, i.e. 21-25, with strong supporting measures like the social program that was introduced by the government, which was considered as an accelerator of GDP. Now, I don't know whether you have a series for Côte d'Ivoire or were only some countries analyzed, but in any case, I would be very curious to know for 22, on the basis also of the World Bank rates, to know the poverty rate of Côte d'Ivoire to compare with the poverty rates that will come from the household surveys that were recently conducted, the results of which have not yet been published. Now, perhaps also it would have been interesting to look at the various case studies that have a low poverty rate. Would like to know what policies these countries were able to implement to improve their poverty situation. Now, with regard to Côte d'Ivoire proper, I could say that we have put together a series of measures, and these measures have enabled us to support the vulnerabilities. I could quote just a few measures, if I may. Inter alia, the production prices of high consumer prices, and also export items and partial subsidies of petroleum products, and the tax measures that were taken, and also to repress certain chaotic prices, and also other measures which helped us to reduce the vulnerabilities of this strata society. Perhaps in the next report, I could recommend that for sensitive indicators such as the poverty availability rates, perhaps it would be a good idea to have an annex, even if it's a short synthesis. I don't think it would be more than 2 pages long for all the countries, so that each country could find itself in these analyses. As far as climate change is concerned, you talked briefly about the situation. It is very alarming with desertification, etc. There are many promises that have been made, but very few concrete actions are being taken. I would like to express a major concern with regard to the access to climate fund. I don't know if the ECA can help the African countries because we are living in a very extremely situation. Funds are available. They have been pledged, hundreds and thousands of dollars. But in order to have access to these funds, the process is extremely long. So how can ECA help a country eventually to facilitate this process so that countries have easier access to these climate funds, but at the same time also without this, of course, creating a substitution effect, because we have major challenges, traditional challenges exist, and we have talked about it. There's poverty, extreme poverty, and we have hunger, and some people are also affected by famine, especially due to the Ukrainian-Russian, and we have food security as well problems. So how can we fight against climate change without all the same, at the same time, putting aside the other major challenges? And then you have talked about the relocation of special drawing rights. You mentioned just a while ago that reallocations of special drawing rights have been made. I would like to know what have been the effects and what has been obtained for the African countries in terms of reallocating the special drawing rights. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite Malawi, please?
Thank you, Chair. Since we are taking the floor for the first time, let me congratulate Uganda for assuming the chairmanship. Let me also thank ECA for the well-organized conference and also Ethiopia for the warm hospitality. Thank you for the excellent presentation, but I have a few comments to make, especially on the recommendations that have been made. One to do with us as African countries pursuing pro-poor, inclusive macro policies that are targeting on safety nets. Chair, what I wanted to add on this one is that this is really good, an excellent proposal, but I also wanted to add that for the sake of sustainability, we also need to focus on growth enabling sectors, considering where we currently are at, the growth that has currently slowed down in our economies. We need to really make sure that we go back to the pre-COVID period where our economies were fast growing in order for us to be able to sustainably tackle the issue of poverty and inequality. The second one is on the resource mobilization. We have a recommendation on that one, whereby we have those excellent recommendations, but my focus is on broadening the tax base. On this one, Chair, what came into my mind is on the issue whereby as we are trying to broaden the tax base, we are also, that means we are also trying to tap into the informal sector. For example, maybe I would mention Malawi as a case, but Chair, we've noted that tapping into the informal sector also proves to be very expensive. So this is maybe just a request to ECA if there are any strategies which can be shared in terms of how we can effectively tap into the informal sector to make sure that it's not costly to go into these informal sectors, and us as countries, we are able to broaden our tax base. Country experiences on this would also be appreciated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. May I now invite Tanzania, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. We take this opportunity to commend the Economic Commission for Africa on their tireless effort in supporting various initiatives in your countries. Surely, Chairperson, the Economic Commission for Africa has been at the forefront in providing technical support to member states to build back better from the negative effect of the pandemic and the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. to ensure that the level of inequality and the vulnerability is reduced in Africa, regardless of this multiple shock. Chairperson, Tanzania has deliberately made efforts toward addressing this issue as reflected in the development agenda and the aspirations demonstrated in the 5-year development plan 3, which explicitly narrates strategies toward poverty reduction, lowering inequality and vulnerability among different groups in the society. Chairperson, due to time constraint, I cannot go in detail about the initiative in Tanzania. But Chairperson, we have some few proposals. We have some action proposal to be considered in order to reduce the inequality. Maybe it could be to add on what has been proposed. So we propose the action that the first one is to improve and strengthen resiliency of poor and vulnerable household, social group and community to advise events so as to enable them to sustain their livelihood and they avoid permanently sliding into vulnerability. That will be the number one. The other action proposal is to increase budgetary allocation and disbursement to social sectors such as education, health, energy, and water, so as to improve access and quality of services. The other action point could be to create an enabling and safe environment for the private sector and non-state actors to invest in the social sectors. Chairperson, this will improve the service delivery and increase the likelihood of public service offered and customer satisfaction while fighting the inequality. Chairperson will also propose the acceleration of financial inclusion in order to increase the formal access of financial services, as well as the financing in development projects that focus to reduction of poverty and the inequality. Chairperson, another one action points, we propose to engaging in the global value chain through taking advantage of competitive edge in developing countries through enhancing value addition in the product, especially the agriculture produce, to produce medium and high-tech products that can penetrate in the global markets. The last one, Chairperson, we propose to have an enhancement of local economic development, which is another mode which countries need to embark on to foster recovery and reduce poverty and inequality. Chairperson, the community engagement, identification of economic strength, as well as the formulation of local economic development strategy, which will include formulation of the special purpose vehicle where necessary, is another measure that need to be embraced to reduce poverty inequality. And for this case of enhancement of local economic development, we'll request to get the assistance of the ECA in this respect. Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now invite Zambia as our last speaker under this segment. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me commend also the presenter in terms of the recommendation made. Chair, maybe one issue I need to emphasize on is resource mobilization. I've seen from the presentation that resource mobilization is what is recommended, but Chair, a number of African countries at the moment, they've got a debt issue. The fiscal space is limited. Infrastructure need has been growing. But from the presentation, I think I haven't I haven't seen the aspect of how the private sector can come in to bridge that gap. And Chair, I'm referring to the public-private partnership. I think a number of infrastructure that is needed, in particular the energy sector. This is a very important enabler as Africa's economies are growing. We cannot ignore the fact that we need energy, especially if we need to industrialize. So, Chair, we need, I think, to include the aspect of how can the private sector or how can government, African government, leverage on the private sector resources by ensuring that we sign, I think, agreement with the private sector, which are fair. And I believe, I think the ECA probably can come in to try to provide capacity, technical support, so that African countries can be able to have the capacity to negotiate with private sector so that they've got fair agreement that can contribute to creating an enabling environment so that private sector can thrive and be able to contribute to economic growth. And Chair, only that we can be able to increase capacity to mobilize resources. At the moment, most of the economies, Chair, the private sector, they are limping, they are recovering. So going back to them and try to review tax policies may not be productive. It's like you'll be getting milk from a cow which is already at the point of dying. What they need is the revival. I thought, Chair, the aspect of considering, I think, the PPP arrangement will be contributing, I think, to resource mobilization so that the gap that is there in terms of infrastructure needs and what is available can be bridged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I thank all delegations that have taken the floor. You have raised very important issues which have further enriched this debate. May I now invite Ms. Morsi to take the floor and respond to the issues that have been raised. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for all country participants who raised very interesting questions and comments. A lot of engaging discussion here. Let me start by the comments in order made by Egypt about the need to basically, in terms of the way forward, other than the long-term measures, what can be done in the short term. Of course, I mean, we have to recognize that, as I said in the beginning, this is like no other time. We have extremely limited resources. Financing landscape is more challenging than ever. So I think the first short-term measure is really to do better with what we have. So basically reviewing the efficiency and efficiency of the spending of what we have in terms of resources and how you can improve the targeting of that spending. That would be, the number one measure to actually do. Then, of course, trying to basically focus perhaps more in this current challenging environment on finance options that are, more concessional or, that actually at a lower, that can avail lower cost of financing, whether through, committing to, climate action or through MDBs or, through alternative ways. But basically the thing is to keep in mind that, we have to maintain first of all, the debt levels in terms of sustainability of it and affordability going forward. So probably the issues of just accessing markets without any de-risking instruments and so on is going to be very difficult to maintain going forward. So we need to think about innovative ways of doing that. And I think actually also looking into areas by which, you can increase domestic resource mobilization, whether it's through tax loops. I think there are measures that can be done that can provide resources in the short term. I will come in more details later because this was raised by also another delegate on the issue. I think another issue that is very important is reviewing tax exemptions, and I'll give more details later when I get to that question that has also been raised. But that's also another area of resource mobilization that can be done. There are short-term measures, but it's really important to make sure that whatever spending that we do gives the returns to it going forward, and is best spent in terms of tackling all these socioeconomic impacts that hit the most vulnerable, and how to protect these groups. So that's how I would say, like in the short term, what we need to focus on. And then, of course, I mean, as you've rightly mentioned, and we also mentioned it in the paper, I think Egypt, for example, the program that was done on Takaful and Karama was a very good one in terms of it started as a pilot, and then basically it gave the basis on which, when you needed to do more, you actually built on it in terms of having a program that is well designed and well targeted. So that's a good example of efficiency and targeting of social safety nets. I totally agree with you on the need to benefit more from the OECD Global Inclusive Framework for Taxation. And I think this is one of the areas actually that we're trying to work on now in collaboration with them, how we can, basically help to harmonize, across Africa regulations with these global tax reforms. And of course, for the Sustainable Debt Coalition, I think this is a great way for debtor countries to get together to basically, one, have a voice, at the table, two, to actually agree and develop key performance indicators for debt that can be reliable and actually help unleash more finance, especially green finance. For questions that were raised by Morocco, I think I can't agree more that, of course, I think a key issue to improve the living standards, to reduce poverty and inequality, a key component is to actually be able to, raise productivity so that you can actually, this can translate to better, living standards for the population. And this can only be done by moving up the value chain. Moving up the value chain would include moving up the value chain, whether in services or in industries. And I think really the example of Morocco and what Morocco did in terms of moving to new industries like electronics, aerospace, automobiles, and diversifying from heavy reliance on primary products like phosphate was an excellent example that can really be a good model to learn from for other countries. So this is really the type of strategies that we need to have to focus on moving up the value chain so that we can actually improve the living standards and reduce the poverty. For Côte d'Ivoire, you've asked regarding the figures for Côte d'Ivoire. I don't have it at hand, but I'll be more than happy for the team to provide you with the estimations and figures for 2022 for Côte d'Ivoire. There is a very important point that was raised by the delegate of Côte d'Ivoire, which is related to actually the climate finance and how African countries can benefit from, particularly in terms of role of private sector. And of course, that area, we know that, despite that the region contributes the least to global emissions, less than 3% of global emissions, we are the region that suffers the most from the impact of climate change. And here also a very important issue is that we're not benefiting much from the available climate finance, and the private sector contributes less than 14% of the climate finance in Africa, whereas in countries like the US, it contributes about 90%. So here you can see that there is a huge role for the private sector to actually play, particularly in climate finance, but that would need to actually, we need to reduce the cost also of finance, because even in normal times, Africa pays a higher premium than countries with the same economic fundamentals. So we're talking even before now. So usually African countries pay 100 to 270 basis points higher than countries with the same fundamentals. And if we add that to the higher cost that we have of finance, that's basically the basis on which the private sector is expected to even pay higher than what the sovereign pays. So without ways to actually enhance their access to finance and reduce that cost, this will be an issue. And that's why it's very important to have options of blended finance, to actually be able to crowd in more the private sector in that space. And there was also a question in terms of, for the special drawing rights, the SDRs reallocation, what happened with them? So following the $650 billion that was allocated following the, as a response to the pandemic, and Africa getting only 5%, there was $100 billion that was promised to be rechanneled. Not the whole amount was rechanneled, but the amount that have been rechanneled through two funds. One is the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which is basically the new IMF instrument to tackle, climate needs and long-term structural issues. So that went into funding that instrument, as well as the replenishing of the Poverty and Growth PRGT, the Poverty and Growth and Poverty Reduction Facility. So this is how these were channeled, and then African countries can benefit through applying to these facilities. Malawi, there was made a couple of points. One, with regard to the need to go back to pre-COVID growth. Of course, a key, a necessary but not sufficient condition will be the return to high growth rates, because that will be very important to be able to address the issues we've discussed in terms of inequality and poverty. But what we have seen historically with African countries is that has not been sufficient to actually reduce the inequality. So sometimes, even when we had high growth, we were still suffering with rising inequality. So what we want to do going forward is to have the right set of policies that enable the growth rates to be more inclusive and to actually have the effect of reducing inequality and poverty. The other, of course, issue which is rightly raised is about resource mobilization and broadening the tax net, that a key component of broadening the tax net will be actually bringing the informal sector to the tax net. Of course, that will be very important going forward. And in cases where this has worked well, it needs to be a very balanced approach, because yes, it can be, of course, costly, but it can also have it can be counterproductive also for the informal sector. So the issue is having the right set of policies that encourages the informal sector to become formal, meaning, for example, through availability of credit or other benefits that they would have for becoming formal. Because yes, you will get taxation, but it will need to also be attractive in a way what they are getting relative to what is happening now. So a number of countries that, for example, have done that. Some have given some sort of, a time-bound holiday or some sort of access to special financing facilities, or so there will need to be a way of balancing that, attracting the informal sector to become formal through showing also the benefits of doing so, and at the same time, that will enhance, of course, expanding the bankable net. Tanzania raised a number of comments. One of them is about proposing increasing resilience of households, and this is actually one of the issues that is discussed in the paper. And what is suggested is actually through providing instruments like insurance, credit, and proactively providing public goods that would help reduce these issues, like availability of health insurance, or availability also of other social services that can kick in once there is a crisis that hits. I think I agree with you on the need for, focusing on or safeguarding budgetary allocations for social sectors like education, like health. But I want to also emphasize from work that I've done before, for example, on education. Africa spends the highest amount across regions on education. However, the efficiency of our spending is, much less than other regions. So it's not only about, how much we spend, but how much are we getting in return? So how can we increase the efficiency of what is already being spent, and perhaps safeguard that going forward among, the multiple shocks that are being faced? Then there was also this suggestion about how do you include the private sector in social services. There has been a number of modalities that have been experimented with or tried, whether it's through public-private partnership or through service contracts, where the government basically uses the private sector to manage the provision of public goods. So there are a number of models. I think it's about designing it in the right way and having the checks and balances on the implementation. But that can be also a way to, consider going forward. Of course, we agree on the issues of the need to accelerate financial inclusion. We've highlighted it in the paper. And definitely, as I mentioned earlier, it's key to be able to move the value chain to enhance the living standards and reduce poverty. Finally, Zambia has raised also the issue of the role of private sector. We agree with this. I think going forward, there is a need for the private sector to play a bigger role in terms of driving growth, creating jobs, and that can only happen with providing an enabling environment for the private sector, enhancing the availability of finance, whether through blended finance or de-risking instruments, and really engaging with the private sector in terms of how it can help, whether through the different instruments we took, whether public-private partnerships or through service contracts. Finally, on the element that was raised on tax exemption, I'll just mention my from previous life, my experience doing private sector diagnostics and actually engaging with the private sector in the continent on these issues. So what I can tell you is when I led missions on this and engaged with the private sector, some of the questions that were asked, why, for example, they're not investing in certain areas that enjoyed tax exemptions, land concessions and privileges in terms of provisions of different utilities. Why it hasn't attracted them? The answer was, we don't want any of that. What we want is a functioning road to a port or, reliable, means of transport to basically carry whatever we're gonna produce in that area. So I think part of this assessment will need to be engagement with the private sector, what actually works. Providing the tax exemption may not be the attractive way to get the private sector to invest. It may be much better to actually tax them, but then use that money to invest in the road that will help them export their goods, or the logistics that will help them actually store whatever they're producing. So I think learning more and engaging more with private sector will help in that assessment, and also having some sort of an independent assessment of how effective it has been in attracting investments. So that's what I'd like to just say regarding tax exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Morsi, for really, it's just a joy sitting here and listening to these brilliant people simplify concepts for many of us. I just struggle with this issue of incentives, exemptions. I struggle with it because when many countries that do investment promotion, you all go to the same market. So and these investors are looking to where they will get the best advantage. So if you go to the market and you keep quiet and you tell the investor, you know what, I'm not offering you any incentives. What I'm doing for you, I'll do the roads, I'll do this, I'll do that. They say, come on, wait a minute. Your neighbor is giving us that and more. So there is a struggle, it's a debate. I'm not sure whether it's on more of an intellectual debate or a practical debate. I am not very sure. But what we have seen, look, we have the same debate at home. We have the same debate at home and say, okay, rather than limiting these advantages to the foreign guests, why don't we spread it to everybody? That's the debate we are having. The debate is not so much that we shouldn't, because you are in the market competing for the same people. But this is a new one for me. I mean, every day we learn new things. It's a new one for me. And I hope that we can be able to convince. My people are sitting there by the flag. So either I am saying something they don't understand, or it is, but this is what I have experienced in doing investment promotion in many of the postings that I have done, where I have been, where I have served as a diplomat. You always have this problem. The other guys will tell you, okay, if you don't give us, we'll go to country X. How am I going to tell the Minister for Foreign Affairs that, I held back this advantage? But anyway, it's just out there. And I thank you. The other thing which I quite didn't get, because over a period of 2 years, we have been debating this issue of reallocation of special drawing rights, to advantage those who need them more. And I think you have made the point. Many times, and I think we had this from Vera when she was still executive secretary. It was a very big pitch between UNECA and the AU Commission, and we used we use this as our negotiating point in the partnership engagements we had with the EU, with Japan, with Korea, and Turkey. What I haven't yet understood is what more can we do to cause our partners to do the reallocation? The EU did part of that. There are a few billions that the team has put together, and I think that's as far as we went. We had, also in Japan, we had some with TCAD, with the EU. We didn't have too much with Turkey, but I just want to hear from you, what more can we do? What more can we do? There is another notion that was always used by the African Development Bank and the UNECA, that if this money is invested in African banks, we can use that money to leverage and get more. Could you speak some more about this? I thank you.
Thank you very much for raising these very interesting points. Okay, so let me dare to comment on the first point on what is it, because in terms of how do you deal with this competition across countries in giving tax exemptions? This is a bit, I mean, maybe if I can make the analogy, similar to the, competing on industries based on cost. This was the beginning. Do we see that now? Not really. So it's similar, very similar in that area, because basically what attracts investors, or how I would have responded to that is, the ability to say, I gave you policy certainty. I gave you a predictable framework that you can, you know what you're getting in, you have clarity on what the policies are, ways in which you can actually have, FX convertibility, that, you're not going to have to struggle to whatever remit your profits or to reuse them for something. So these elements will be far more important to investors than giving them the fiscal incentives. So I think the competition needs to be more in these areas and less in tax exemptions, because these are like the core things. This is, if you ask investors now, what are their struggles? They will be in these issues. They don't know, what is your policy going to be tomorrow, or if you're going to have a stable macroeconomic framework, or if you're gonna, they're gonna wake up tomorrow to find new rules on their corporate taxation. So what they need is predictability on your policies, and being able to actually, whether import or export their goods without these restrictions on FX convertibility. On the SDR reallocation, indeed, this has been a complicated issue, and I'm trying to see how can we simplify that. So even for countries that have pledged, at the highest level, so let's take two countries had pledged at the top political level to reallocate their SDRs, and these two are France and the US. The US, even though it had been promised by President Biden, for that to happen, they have to go through Congress, which is controlled by a different party, which is very difficult to do. So then becomes the struggle of the implementation of how do they do that. So some of the things that they are considering, for example, is, basically maybe just directly funding, not necessarily through SDR, what they had committed to into the different programs, RST and PRGT. So there is also like legal and regulatory framework that is very challenging across different countries. So even when you have the political commitment at the top, there is a process to go through that may not be feasible or will be very difficult to do, as we have in the case of the US. In the case of France, for example, even though there was commitment, including by President Macron, then there is the issue of the ruling by the European Central Bank on the issue of the reserve asset quality characteristic, okay, and whether this will be met through that reallocation. So simply to say that the current system of reallocation exposes, even after you have the commitment of top political leaders of certain countries, you have to go through, if you have in the fund over 189 countries, you have to go through the different regulations of these countries to be able to actually implement the decision. And that's part of the reforms that are needed. If you think of the IMF as your SDR bank, in your bank, you give them your deposits, you have the right to withdraw these deposits, claim them, but you don't control what they're gonna do with your deposits in terms of who they're gonna lend to or how they're going to manage it. So we need a process by which this can be done for the SDRs, so that it reduces the complexity of the current system. And then another complication in that is this, I would say, outdated definition of a reserve asset quality. So a lot of international well-established central banks now can actually invest their reserves in things that are less liquid, misallowed. It's a current practice. However, we're not allowing that in that use, and at the same time, the same articles of agreement says that SDR can be utilized for any use. However, you still need to have the reserve asset characteristics. So there is an inherent tension, and I need to modernize that. But a very good point, and thank you for bringing that up, is this idea that part of what can be done is the reallocation of SDR to multilateral development banks, because that actually can help increase the leverage, 3 to 4 times, whatever reallocation is done. And that is actually being looked at through a initiative or a proposal that is put forward jointly by the African Development Bank and by the Inter-American Development Bank to actually meet the reserve quality and advance this discussion. So we had in the working group this presentation by AFDB, and I think there is the agreement in principle with IMF staff that this can be done, and they're moving towards mobilizing countries. So I think one of the things that need to be done, for example, to benefit from this, because the other ones about reforming the system for the reallocation, that's a longer term. This one is close by. What we need is to mobilize countries to actually support that and agree to rechannel their SDR through it. They need 5 countries to commit to that, and they have been in discussion with 3 that ongoing, but basically broadening this to really get the backing, and especially also by the European Central Bank to qualify, because even though the IMF agreed that this qualifies for reserve asset quality, this is the assessment of the IMF. It's not necessarily what ECB has agreed to. So there is a lot of work, and I think a strong advocacy on this area will be very helpful, and many countries in the continent can really benefit from the rechanneling of these SDRs. I think it will be like a landmark if we can proceed with that. And meanwhile, still we have to keep our eye on the ball in terms of reforming the system, because also the IMF serving like the central bank of the world, of the globe. When you are assessing in monetary policy meetings what are needed, you're assessing it not on political sides, you're assessing it based on the facts and the numbers and what are the liquidity needs. And when you're doing that in your allocation, you need to take into account not only the size of the country and the quota, but the liquidity needs, because that's what you're trying to address. So fixing that so that you can take into account vulnerability and liquidity needs will be very important, in the long term to fix the system. I hope I answered.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Morsi. And I thank all of you for your engagement, for raising the questions, the observations, and her for very good presentation and for indulging us during this session. May I now propose that we break for coffee for 15 minutes and come back here so that we can have the second and last part of this segment. I thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Egypt.
Yes, just a question, Chair, because according to the work program, this was the last item to be discussed today. So what are we discussing next?
George.
Yes, the discussion on this item is divided into two parts. The first part, which was just covered, which we just went through, and then we break for coffee for 15 minutes, and then reconvene for another 30 or 40 minutes to give an opportunity to delegations who may wish to make interventions, who were not able to make any interventions in the first half. So this is the purpose. But if delegations feel that that it's been a long day and that they're tired, I think it's really up to you. We could continue for another 30 minutes and then close, or we have a coffee break and come back. So it's really up to the delegations to. Chair, what do you think?
Eritrea, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really think if this is the last item, maybe if colleagues agree, we can take another topic just to save for tomorrow's schedule. But I think delegates have already deliberated and give their input to the subject matter at hand. So we may wish to end up there, or we can take another agenda item and then we can adjourn for discussions for early in the morning. Thank you, Chair.
Burundi, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était juste pour.
Thank you, Chairman. Indeed, I would like to follow up what the colleague of Eritrea has just said. As you can see yourself, participants perhaps could continue without taking a break. Instead of taking a break and coming back, perhaps we could continue for a short while now.
This session is resumed. I was told that we had suspended it, so technically I had to resume it so before we continue. So this session is resumed. Now, may I invite, if there is any delegation that wishes to take the floor, to take it now before we proceed. Does any delegation wish to take the floor? Ghana, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. I take this to mean that we are continuing with receiving country contributions on the presentations that were made. If that's the case, Mr. Chair, once Ghana is taking the floor for the first time, I would like to add my voice in commending you, the chair, for the excellent manner that you are steering the affairs of this meeting. In addition, we'd also like to thank ECA for an excellent arrangement for this program, and for Ethiopia for putting at our disposal all the excellent facilities and courtesies we are enjoying. Mr. Chair, the theme for the conference is spot on, to say the least. It's a very, very important theme. And Ms. Mosi did an excellent job in her presentation in bringing us to speed with regards to where we are on poverty and inequality, with very specific recommendations on what we should consider if we really want to recover, transform our economies, and ensure that we minimize both poverty and inequality. That was such a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much. But Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, having said this, I just want us to, I want to contribute from three main angles. So first of all, poverty and inequality are such dangerous canker that every country would have to make sure that they are minimized, because their impact on economies can be very, very devastating. And we all know that. I don't want to spend so much time in going through that. And especially in this period when we are hit by these shocks, whether COVID or Russia, Ukraine, etc., dedicating some time for addressing these issues, is extremely important. Now, within this context, I think that we probably have to do more than we are doing now. I don't know if I was going to recommend that, subject to availability of resources, maybe ECA could partner with AU or any other relevant organization or institution to actually undertake more detailed poverty and income inequality analysis at country levels. I'm aware that some time back, ECA embarked on some country reports at the macro level. They could replicate such an exercise on this subject area. It's so important. So if we could have more detailed analysis, steady analysis on poverty and income inequality at country level with specific country recommendations, I think that can really help our countries to address these issues. So that's the first recommendation I'd like to make. Secondly, Mr. Chair, we are in a period where we are, this period is characterized by a lot of vulnerabilities, global shocks with very devastating impact. And we are witnessing a number of African countries rushing to IMF for bailout, just to be able to address some of the fiscal and debt sustainability challenges that they are facing. As I speak with you now, Ghana is assessing a fund program. And I'm sure I can say same for a number of African countries as well, because of the times that we are living in. But Mr. Chair, we all know the nature of IMF programs. IMF programs are very heavy on macroeconomic stability. Of course, macroeconomic stability is very good. I mean, you need stability to support growth. And in Ms. Moses' presentation, I mean, she highlighted one of the recommendations she highlighted very strongly was inclusive growth. And so if you're not deliberate about growth, and for that matter, growth that is distributed evenly or growth that is inclusive, if you're not deliberate about it, it will just elude us. So in other words, we'll go for these programs, we'll concentrate on macro stability or debt sustainability or fiscal issues. And if you're not very careful, you will do that at the expense of growth. So you need the right balance between growth and these macro stability. In this context, I would like to propose that, see, inclusive growth is an area we are all familiar with, but I'm yet to come across a manual or a guideline which details out the ingredients of ensuring that when you are developing a growth strategy, that growth strategy, and you want it to be inclusive, these are the various instruments or tools that you need, etc. So I want to propose that, of course, barring the availability of resources, ECA could also look at developing guidelines or a manual for development of inclusive growth strategies to guide member countries. And Mr. Chair, finally, I think ECA gave a very excellent recommendation with regards to our contributions towards reshaping the global financial architecture. And in the process, a recommendation was given to look at the rating agencies, particularly the regulatory environment surrounding the rating agencies, the methodologies, etc. That's a very important recommendation. But I thought that maybe I should add, I know that AU is currently working on an agenda to establish an African credit rating agency. I think it's a very important subject matter, which is worth looking into. Could there be partnership between ECA and AU in ensuring that we have an African rating agency that would, or that is better placed to understand the dynamics of the region? Because the impact of rating agencies with the current, with the current weaknesses that we're observing on the African economies are very devastating, very dire. And usually the global financial market would not spare your economies when they see very adverse rating outcomes from these rating agencies. But if you have a rating agency that understands the dynamics of the region, that understands the region much better and is credible, I think it could add a lot of value to what is currently being done in the space. So the third recommendation is that could ECA partner AU or take a look at how they can support the establishment of an African rating agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none. May I invite Ms. Morsi to comment on the intervention of Ghana, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks to the Ghana delegate for the questions raised. In terms of the ECA doing analysis on poverty and inequality, the ECA Africa Economic Report that was presented in the last COM was actually particularly on this issue and had some study cases on the impact of COVID on poverty and inequality. So that would be a very, useful resource to look into. In terms of the, countries basically rushing to the IMF and the right balance between growth and macro stability, I totally agree with you that this is a core issue.
أنا أتفق معكم أنها قضية أساسية، والدول عندما تمضي قدما وأخذين في اعتبار أن عند التصميم لابد أن توجد طرق للحماية.
You're addressing and mitigating the impact of these like tsunami of shocks that have hit the most vulnerable. So making sure that these are safeguarded when you're doing consolidation will be key. And I think it's about really how you present these issues, in negotiation. It's very hard, if you're, you put the case forward, if these are well designed and don't have much, a lot of leakages and so on, it's very hard to argue that you need to cut your social safety net spending when you're facing all these shocks. So I think it's about really making the having the proper analysis done in presenting your case and your facts. But I don't see, I don't believe that at this day and age there will be resistance, okay, unless there has been issues in terms of what the leakages or wastages in the spending before, that it could be better targeted and so on. That they can tell you, no, you need to start with this. This is unlikely if it's put forward in a evidence way. So it will be very important for any country that is going into negotiation to really prioritize, what do they want to safeguard? What are the most important, whether it's, social safety net, whether it's on health or education, and where do you see actually the areas that you can do better? And it needs to be a homegrown, reform program, and then you actually engage in these negotiations. So that's on this point. On the other issue of the African rating agencies. So this can, yes, this can be useful in terms of, diversifying the rating availability and having different entities that are doing them. But it's important to just highlight that in some other regions, this has not really so much worked. In case of Latin America, for example, this hasn't held much because part of the, the issue when these are established, it's about the track record and credibility, which takes so many years. So the ones or the surviving agencies and so on, it's just because they have such a long track record, shown the capability of doing that. So it's not a quick solution. This is like a long-term solution that can be useful to work on, but it's not a panacea. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is the work that ECA is currently doing with Africa peer review mechanism in terms of looking into Africa sovereign ratings, and there is a report that you can look at that assesses, the progress and ratings and so on. Another thing that I also wanted to highlight as well is the, the SDG stimulus that the UN Secretary General has been actually advocating, particularly for the upcoming G20 and for the SDG summit as ways to ensure that, there is the affordable and available financing to actually enable countries to meet SDGs. And many of the calls that are in the document are actually things that have been presented as asks by finance ministers. So it really echoes a lot of what has been coming from the group. And now with the Secretary General pushing for it with the G20 and so on, it would be very important to have the voice and agency of African policymakers to make sure that this gets done. I think one of the key benefits of the high-level working group has been the ability to build a consensus and a unified ask for Africa on what exactly needs to be done. And we have seen before that the only times that Africa managed to get and make progress is when we actually had a unified voice. We've seen that with SDR allocations. We've seen that also with China and the issues of also pledging for SDR reallocation. So this will be very important to make sure that there is a unified voice about what needs to be done and that it's echoed consistently. And supporting that recent initiative and the fact that it will gather even broader constituency will help a great deal to make sure that this agenda is advanced. Another very helpful area, we are all fingers crossed, we are very excited and waiting for that to actually materialize, which is for Africa to have a seat in the G20. I think that will provide the voice, to be actually, represented at the table for decision making on these issues, and that will be a great, move to basically enable that voice to feature, to be listened to, and to actually shape the agenda of these reforms going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Mosi. I'd like to thank everyone for their contributions. The Secretariat has taken note of all the comments and suggestions that you have made. Distinguished delegates, we have concluded our deliberations for today. It is my pleasure to inform you that the Secretariat of the Economic Commission for Africa is hosting a reception this evening at this hotel, and all of you are invited. I invite the Secretariat to provide additional logistical information. George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reception will be in the building across from this one, on the ground floor of that building, in something called the Abai Ballroom. As usual, we have our colleagues, the ushers and the protocol standing behind, who will lead you to the venue of the reception. Enjoy. Have a nice evening, and see you all tomorrow. Yes. Reception is at 5. It starts at 5:30, just about 10 minutes from now.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.